for an e-election in Nigeria. We have everything necessary. The laws are there already. It's just to say INEC should have the power
you are
to do
sounding
that.
like you are not in this Nigeria. They never fit do electronic voting na e-election they wan come do generally.
I was just about to ask that question.
No, let's take a break.
Let me
You know what?
let me
Let's
explain.
take a break, Kule. When we come back, because I even want to come back to you on that staggered election. This election that just happened over the weekend, as far as I'm concerned, is an example of what a staggered election would look like, because it was only 3 states conducting an election. We still did not see any, it didn't make any difference. But let's take a break. When we come back, Kule will continue the conversation. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
All right, thanks for staying with us now. If you just tuned in, we're having a conversation, somewhat like a part 2 of the just concluded elections, and we're asking what does this mean for Nigerians, and we have with us Kunle Lawal. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp 081-803-4663. Kunle, you were going to respond to my, would I call it my attack? You know? Because, like, literally, right? Yeah, because I'm saying, right, it's 2 things. To your point around staggered elections, these elections was just 3 states conducting an election. So if at all staggered elections is a good formula, it will work better. Would have seen it play out with this one, the elections that just happened. Then I mean, you're talking about e-voting, right? We've not even done e-transmission. We've not transmitted the results electronically, literally. But you and I know that the quickest way to get rid of corruption or electoral malpractices would be digitizing, and not just with mouth, like really using technology to address the electoral process, right? But you and I know also that it is very, very difficult to get that done, because that eliminates and eradicates all these voters, what's it called, over voting, underage voting, some of all of these things that, you know, have plagued our elections over the years. So how are you even now speaking to the point on electronic voting when we've not even solved problem of transmitting electronically?
Which was actually the crux of the whole controversy around the last elections.
Something. I want to first go to the staggered election. I'll start from there. What we saw in Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo was better than what we saw in those 3 states on presidential election. You can check any parameter, it was far better. So it clearly stated that with less pressure, less issues would occur. And that's the truth. But you know, there's a way our people come out for a presidential election, and there's how we come out for a for a governorship election. Juxtapose that with how they come out for a local government election, and you have the Nigerian state. The higher the position, the more interested we are in. Lower the position, the less we care. And that's a social problem of our voting patterns. So if it were a presidential election conducted at the rate in which it was conducted in these 3 states, I believe a lot more would have been done. Excuse me. Now to the e-election. I know people that are probably on air or outside or listening to us on TV probably have transferred money outside Nigeria. It is naturally impossible for you to transfer and receive money immediately, whether in the UK or in the US. But that's achievable in Nigeria. Do you want to know why? I'll tell you why. Nigerian man is so impatient with his money. So it's not like we have the best banking infrastructure in the world. But the Nigerian culture will not say I transfer money and then 3 days later I'll get it. It won't work here. If we can adapt that to our elections, of course, which I believe we are ready for. And let's also say the only ratified elections conducted within intra-party in 2016 was done while I was National Public Secretary of Core Party for the Lagos State executive election of the party, and it was ratified by INEC, and it cost so little, and we did it without any hiccups. Simple. If you want, you link people's BVN to their PVCs, and you're done. You can't have more than one BVN, so you can't vote more than once.
Ule,
And once you
you are
vote once,
speaking to the process, right? I've not argued that that process will be very smooth and efficient, like you've said. What I am saying is, you and I know that it's going to be let me not say impossible. It's going to be very difficult for the people that are supposed to be decision makers to say, okay, they will stamp a mark of what's called approval on this kind of process, because again, it completely, cripples whatever malpractice or whatever corrupt practices that have been going on in that in that space. So it's not the process, it's not the smoothness of the process, the technicalities of it. I'm saying to you that it is the willpower that is lacking. No, I don't think any politician today will assent to an e-voting. Why? Because it does not favor them.
Let me be honest, and you just hit the nail on the head. The only reason it won't be assented to won't be because it's not possible, but it'll be more of, I don't believe 92% of Nigerian politicians will return back to office if it were put in place. But we also cannot undermine the new set of Almanjiris that are going to, no offense, I'm just using the word as Almanjiris, meaning a block vote. I'm not using it in a condescending manner, so anybody listening should not think that, and I'm from northern Nigeria, so it's not that way. But what I'm trying to clearly state is that diaspora is probably going to be allowed to vote, I think, in 2027. And right now, that bill is in the House. And I wish more Nigerians could, understand that bill is in the House and try to shed more light and make more moves towards it. It's an important bill, and I think it is something that can work. If we're able to get diaspora to vote, it will change the course or the history of elections in Nigeria. That is critical. And it's one step at a time. If diaspora starts voting, then it means that we're headed closer to an election that we ever have been. I've fought for this particular thing since 2015, and I'm still in the ring. So it's patient, it's time, our people, and who knows? Maybe a president deciding to leave after his second term will decide to allow it fly in 2031.
Well, I still think that for this to work, then there has to be the buy-in of all the stakeholders around, the people, the politicians, everybody. Because, again, the last presidential elections, the issues really... But it was a clear case of misinterpretation, whether it was on the side of the people or on the side of INEC or from the courts, the interpretation. So again, there is the fear that if you bring this new system, maybe e-voting and all that into play, then it becomes the discretion also of INEC, so to say, to say that, okay, this is how we want to read this, or this is how we want to interpret.
Literally, that's what happened now.
So it also, there is a disconnect between what the people are expecting and then what actually the law is, or what the interpretation of INEC is. So as long as there is that disconnect,
all those clauses,
exactly,
and hidden, what's it called, interpretation.
There would always be issues around people feeling that, okay, elections are not totally free, you know. So I honestly don't know.
This is where I don't get it. Nigerians want something. They're not concerned about the process or haven't looked at it. And then they want to hold, when it finally happens, they also do not hold whoever is responsible. I'm surprised, and no offense, I'm not calling for anything bad, but I'm surprised Festus Okoye still has his job. He told the Nigerian people as the head of media in INEC, and clearly told us that they were going to transmit this via IREV live. But we also in the civic space, and a few of us that understand the Constitution and the Electoral Act knew that INEC has the full power to choose whatever means necessary. We know that is in the law. But INEC, in doing that, told Nigerian people one thing. It's a case of what you ordered and what you got.
What you got.
I think that's the simplest way to explain it. And first, it's like Okoye and the chairman, present chairman, were very, very guilty on that parameter. You can't blame anybody else. They were guilty of it because they went, if I believe, the INEC chairman even flew to Chatham House and went to tell them that. And then came back and did something different.
Yeah.
If you were going to do something different, you should have released a press statement earlier, preceding the election, and told us you're going to do something different. You don't order a Lamborghini, then you send me a Kia Cerato, no offense to the car brand, but you send me a Kia Cerato and tell me, imagine it's a Lamborghini. I won't. And I think, and because the people allow it, and because they also know you would allow it,
So,
and this is not an inciting statement, but
Sorry,
you allow it, which is why it happens.
Sorry to butt in, right? Because I've heard this argument several times. Please, Kunle Lawal, what would you have the people do? Because literally, right, it's tiring. Everybody says it's because the people allow it, what do you people want the people to do? Tell me. What can we do?
Well, okay, if you're disappointed in INEC and you guys stand out and say, we don't want the INEC chairman again, we want to revise some electoral reforms, we want no choice on IREF, and none of us is going to work till that happens. It will happen. If you guys say we are not voting in the Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa elections, till we're sure that IREF is going to work as so.
Wow.
Done elections, and we're not voting till then, it will happen. If you ensure that your senators do not come home till they ensure that those bills are passed in the House, or you move for a recall, since they won't do it, so that INEC will conduct an election 90 days after you've recalled them, and move. Nigerians are not serious about Nigeria. Let's be honest. Let's not, it's very easy to push blame in one direction. I'm not playing that. If we want a functional country, the government must do what it needs to do. The citizens must do what they need to do. The media should also do what they need to do. You have some hostile TV stations that are in love with sensationalism, and they end up misguiding the electorate and telling them what exactly politics is and what governance is, and they fall in love with the sensation and they never even get anything. Now, I'll give you an example. How many media in Nigeria are letting you know that local governments have more money? How many media in Nigeria are letting you know that state governments have more money because we've taken out fuel subsidy? This is common information. If you Google it, you would have it. But nobody is talking about it. They'd rather talk, somebody's trying to Islamize the country, or this went this way, or somebody will come on TV and start talking down his guests. That's what we're interested in. Then you don't blame yourself for the situation of the country you have present, when you don't want to listen to who are telling you what to do and how to do it. That's the problem.
Okay, so lastly, I want to touch on the quotes we shared. That's so I want to ask.
Please, can I put that quote up again? Say, even Jesus Christ cannot conduct a free and fair election in Nigeria.
Okay, so I want to speak to the violence part of it, and I want to ask Kunle in his expert opinion. How can we mitigate against violence? And really, truly, what truly is the curse of this violence during elections in Nigeria? Is it somehow, what's the word? Is it the word is here. is it something that politicians do actively, or is it just a result of poverty or lack of education? Or, I mean, I truly want to understand, because Nigerians really were fearful people. And I'm not very sure that Nigerians willingly just put themselves in harm's way, so to say. So when we keep seeing this violence and senseless violence, more like, I really want to understand what is the root cause of this violence and what is the way forward. How can we ensure?
And do you agree with Obasanjo?
I'd like to add an appendage to the former president's statement, and that is, if we could get angels from heaven to share samosa at a wedding in Nigeria, the samosa will still get stolen, and it would never. So I'd add that too. So don't when you're discussing Nigeria, don't try to make it about elections and politicians. It is a Nigerian idea to try to beat the system. It is a Nigerian feeling to want to do something disastrous. If you're talking about now, let's say, elections and what could we do to mitigate, first and foremost, the only reason we have violence and we have so much strife and politicians anywhere in the world, US, Nigeria, UK, Ghana, Liberia, they want power. What happens in other countries is that they block the loopholes, that's the electorate and the government, that politicians cannot do anything. If not, politicians, anything goes anywhere in the world. So the first thing we need to do is first de-emphasize the money in elections. But how we de-emphasize when media stations, and I'm going to rope you guys in this, we want to, Kunle is running for president, and once Kunle comes, you want 3 million because I came to sit down in front of you to tell you what I'm going to do.
Kunle, I
You're
take
part of the
exception to
corruption.
that.
Are you removing your... I'm
Kunle,
taking
I
exception
take
to that.
exception to that because on this particular table, not a dime was collected from anyone that was running for elections during the campaign. Not one single dime. So I take exception to that. Don't add us join the matter.
When I say media, I didn't say waste. So if you are collecting stray bullets that I did not give you, you see how touchy you have become. Can you see? Nigerians don't want the truth. Are you aware stations do this? Yes, and you know I'm not lying. You can say I didn't say ways. I didn't say ways at any point, but I said the media. The same with radio stations. I've run for office now, so you can't tell me that one. Me, I know this one. You understand? So you have media doing that. You have all of a sudden, UA, for example, I don't know, maybe she has printing press. The printing press does not work. Once they just announce election, hey, UA don't print like 60,000 posters at exorbitant prices. Jola now has a blog. If Kunle wants to put out his manifesto on the blog, normal people that she was collecting 15K from 1 month ago, the moment election come now, it's 1.2 million.
Because let me tell you why this happened, Kunle. Because let me tell you.
Because the bloggers have extra bullets.
They don't get it. They also know that they will not see Kunle's break light until 4 years later, 4 years after, when he wants to come for another thing. So let me chop all I can get. If we had good governance in this country, no, I'm being honest, right? If we had good governance in this country, this idea of let me eat all I can eat now would also stop. I'm ready for you.
My point is, we cannot absolve ourselves from being part of the system. None of us. None of us. That's my point. I'm not pointing at anybody. Say you go to your village, they will greet you normally. The moment you say you're running for office, you cannot sit down without buying anything. And people will say it's village. Now let's even come back to the middle class. The biggest problem causers in Nigeria's politics. The moment I say I'm running for office, I'm buying drinks anytime my friends sit down. Honorable. Now honorable, they do this one. Honorable, they do that one. It's a whole quagmire of stuff. So till we're able to get out or divorce ourselves from that culture, we're going to remain there.
Absolutely.
I can ask. Many people supported many presidential candidates. If I ask them now, what was his position on education? What was his position on this? You have no answer for that. And worse still, if I asked you that what was he going to do with a half budget, considering the president before him might have bailed with quite a lot of it, Nobody had an answer, and nobody asked any of those presidential candidates. We're going to see the economy and the fire we're going to see because you didn't plan for it and the candidate was not ready for it. And that's the truth. We don't ask the concrete questions. Our more concrete questions are you Igbo? Are you Yoruba? Are you Tiv? Are you Igala? Are you Fulani?
Are you Christian?
Are you Hausa?
Absolutely.
Those are concrete questions. Are you Christian? Are you Muslim? Those are our questions. Apart from that, we really don't care. Or do I know him? Or my uncle is inside his campaign team. If they win, I don't go Abuja.
For me. Oh, yeah, let's take comment.
Okay, so this is good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. What are you saying? #Ways. They just concluded election. What does this mean for Nigerians? I really want to ask this important question. Why is it that anytime a governor is sacked, that same governor is replaced with an APC person? Is APC the only party, or are there no other parties? My dear beautiful sister D made mention of violence in election, which is either through vote buying or fighting, which is in our DNA. Why can't we have a free and fair election? Is it a crime? It will get to an extent where people may decide not to vote because their vote may end up not counting. Your guest made mention of Kogi State having a peaceful election. Why can't other states do likewise? My name is Daniel Ilo, Ways regular fan.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, so
I didn't say Kogi had a peaceful election. I said Kogi had a more peaceful election.
Oh, yeah,
that was what you said, yeah. But Kunle, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. We're hoping when you're back in Lagos, we can
grace us with
and
your
our
presence.
fights we continue because it is only you I can fight.
You guys. I miss you guys, but I feel better in the center. Thank you.
I really, Kunle, don't worry. Don't worry. The center will be moved back to Lagos, and I will see what you will do. You will remain in Abuja. But thank you so much. All right, thank you, Dee. We had a great time. All right, before we go and show you, follow us across all social media handles. These are the Ways Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Dee, our very lovely quote. He said, even Jesus Christ conduct a free and fair election in Nigeria.
And Kunle spoiled it and said, you won't even turn water to wine in Nigeria.
I'm telling you, he now said, angels, if they share samosa, it will go missing. Hi, Nanja, we hate you. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Yemi Shodimu, the son of an Egba chief from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and a mother that hailed from Isalofi in Lagos Island. My early days were spent in the serene but beautiful city of Abeokuta. I experienced a community of people that cared for each other and elders that looked out for each other's children. You could not misbehave outside and believe that could be done with impunity. Someone was there to reprimand you, which of course was a better option. 2, you're being reported to your parents. Of course, you knew the consequences of that. This automatically kept us in check. I had the privilege of growing up in the palace in Ake with my late grandmother, Olori Adejoke Gbadebo, who was the wife of late Oba Adeshina Gbadebo, Alake of Egbaland. This exposed me to the way our people celebrated our culture and tradition, even while mingling with people from other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, without any acrimony or rancor. The dignity of labor was also inculcated in us quite early in life. Apart from the normal house chores which I mandatorily did in spite of the presence of house helps, I hawked old newspapers after school so as to learn the importance of contributing something to the home economy. Abeokuta provided the right ambience for the arts to grow and prosper while creating the desired recreation for the people in a friendly environment. The cinema affair, that is free cinema screening of cowboy and Indian films, was a favorite pastime. There was also the ancient Centenary Hall that was home to most of the Nigeria's traveling theaters. My grandmother was a lover of live theater, so I had the privilege of seeing the Ogun Days, Ogunmola, Duro Ladipo, Baba Salah, Baba Miro, and a host of others live on stage. This later in life influenced my career path. The social celebrations, including family celebrations, could run late into the evening or night without any apprehension about safety. This also afforded me my early exposure to popular music. I haven't seen Ebenezer Obey, Yusuf Olatunji, Ayinla Omowura perform live. I got so sucked in. Much later in life, all I wanted to do after my national youth service was to become a backup singer in Ebenezer Obey's band. In all, life was good then. There was a quest to achieve things in life. Parents pushed us to work hard, but there was also contentment that discouraged greed and avarice. I believe we can get back on track if we collectively decide to bestow on the generations coming after us a sane, dignified, conducive society. Let us talk about a brighter future and not the good old days. I therefore join Shemori in this collective and bold attempt at changing the narrative and doing it right for a better future.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Omolabi Gasso, an estate agent, is suing his principal over 250,000 naira unpaid commission.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Omolabi Gasso and Atina Yinka. Parties sworn.
Thank you, Aki.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Mr. Gasso, Omolabi, and Mrs. Atina Yinka. So why are you in court?
I know the Mr. and Mrs. Atina since 2012 through one of my friends, Mr. Edwin, where they are looking for duplex to buy. He called me, he said, can I get a duplex for their friends in First Stack? And I said, yes, I can do. He connected us. So we begin taking them up and down for inspection. At the end of the day, they pick one. They pay for it. Before the payment, they force a deposit, but they paid twice. So since then, their husband did not pick my phone, did not call me again. Even the time when they pay finally, or to give him my commission, he didn't pay to me direct. He paid to the lawyer that is hold the property. And at the end of the day, they give me token money.
What's token money? How much were you giving?
They give me 300,000.
You were giving 300,000?
And they bought a property of 52 million. So I quiet. I didn't.
Did you have an agreement as to how much you
didn't have then?
Okay, all right.
That is why I didn't even talk anything. So along the line, I'm sorry, I don't have much memory, so I jot it down. Can I be?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I have what you wrote here too.
Okay.
So,
So after that, Mrs. Yinkatina, he called me. He says he has 4 shops to be managed for her. That was August 2014. And we signed a impact, Power of Anthony, to heart. That was on 1st October.
no, I have a power of attorney here.
Yes.
What's the date on yours? Because the date here is
1st October
2014. Okay.
Yeah. So to heart on our behalf on a commission basis of 10% on every transaction. So on the 15/8/2020, I put the first tenant. The second tenant on the 10th March 2020 as well. The second tenant is the one who bought this property we are talking about. On February...
One of the tenants in the premises,
yes,
bought the house.
It's shop, it's not house.
Shop, okay.
Yes. The last tenant, the second tenant is the one bought the shops. Because when you occupy it...
You don't have 1, 2, 3, one of the tenants.
Yes, it's
Okay.
2 tenants.
Yes, so one out of the 2 of them.
Yes.
Exactly.
On the February 22, Mrs. Yinka Atina called me, says he wanted to sell the 2 shops. Said I should confirm the going rate. I went to the market. I confirmed the current price then was 500,000. When I told her, she said, no, I can't sell my owner except if they can pay 2 million. I read a message to the tenant that the owner didn't agree 500,000. He said he started dragging. First time he said he will pay 1 million. Later he said 1.5, which I conveyed the message to Mrs. Yunka. He said, no, she don't even agree 2 million again. It's 4 million now. That if she cannot pay 4 million, he should vacate when his money expired. So I told the tenant like that. Later, the tenant asked me, how can he see the owner that I should give her, give him a number. So I have to call Mrs. Yinka that since you see what the tenant talk, says he wanted to have your number, and he gave me go ahead. And I did. Since then, I didn't hear anything again from both sides. Later, I now asked her about the outcome of the meeting with the tenant after he collected the number. She said she's begging for 2 million, but she insisted on 4 million. And eventually, she accepted 3 million after rigorous pleading. He agreed to pay half of the money, which is 2.7 million, middle of March.
That's not half of the money. That's first installment.
First installment, which he did, and balance up at April ending. She requested for my account number on 24 April 2022, Mrs. Yinka, which I did. By the time I see, she transferred only 50,000. I called immediately that why is it sorting my money? She said I didn't do anything because she sold the property herself. I told her I got the buyer and I did all the necessary thing before she got your phone number, and I did all I could to make him buy the property. Moreover, we have signed an agreement and was meant to get 300,000, not 50,000. That's what I told her. After all that, I said, as you insist, I didn't do anything, and that is the money I get from. That is why I now contacted this court.
Is that your position too? Is that what transpired?
I don't know what happened between him and my husband when we wanted to buy a house in Festac. So I don't know why he's bringing the issue here. You know,
that is not before me, actually. What we have here, just address that.
I have a shop.
That is the shop.
Yes.
What you have before the court is the shop.
Yes,
they didn't put anything here pertaining to the other property. So it's only the shop we're going to address.
I contacted him to help me manage my shop, which he did. And I gave him a power of attorney to see to the shop. And we agreed, and I signed with him that he will be collecting 10% on any transaction that happens on the shop, which he has been collecting his 10% with no issue. I called him this year, January. And I would like.
You said on any transaction.
Yeah.
That happened.
That's the rent. He brought the person that rented the shop, and the payment he has been collecting 10%. The tenants normally pay the money direct to him. After removing his 10%, he will send the remaining balance to me. And I called him this year, January. I want to sell the shop because the shop wasn't generating what I expected. And I told her, I said, go there, go and find out how much they were selling shop there. Because I bought that shop in 2013, 950,000 per his shop. Then he now told me that shop is 500,000 naira they're selling. And I told him it's not possible. If I should buy a shop in 2013, 950,000 naira, and I want to sell it in 2022, I'm not expecting it to be 500,000 naira per shop. And I told him, he said that's what they're selling. That is the least. That maybe I should wait till another 2 years or another 1 year. And I told him, I can't wait. Just tell the person that is occupying the shop. I think the guy's rent will expire, was it not February ending or March? I said, give him extra 3 months. Tell him to go. I prefer the shop to be locked because he's not giving me what I'm expecting. And he said, okay. Then later on, he called me again that the guy requested for my number. I said, give it to him. Then the guy called me and told me that he would like to see me, that he want to come to my house. I said, no, you will come to my shop. You can't come to my house, which he came. When he came, and I told him, I'm not even selling the shop again. The shop is 2. I want to sell it for 1 million. I said, I'm not even selling the shop again for 1 million. The least I can sell that shop is 3 million. Because at the time that the guy came, the guy was pricing me for 1 million. And whereas you, that I put in charge of my shop, that you were supposed to stand for me, you are telling me that they are pricing it for 500,000. And the person that was occupying the shop came to me and told me that he will buy it for 1 million. Then I started suspecting that there's a valve play. How can you come here and tell me that it's 500? And the guy came to me and said 1 million. And I told the guy that I'm not even selling it again for 1 million. The least I can sell the shop will be for 1.5 per one. Then I will sell the 2 for 3 million. Even my husband said no, that I should sell it for 2 million.
Did he not buy the 2 for 3 million?
Yes.
So you paid 3 million naira for the 2 shops?
Yes.
So what happened thereafter?
I was the one who called him and told him that the guy agreed to pay for 3 million.
Okay.
Sure, you understand? I was the one that was feeding him those information. I was the one who called him and told him that the guy said that he will pay 1 million. Then by April ending, he will pay the remaining million. But unfortunately, the guy paid 1.3. Then he now later balanced 700,000. That's
you mean 2.3, then 700?
Yes, then 700,000. And I requested for his account, and I gave him 50,000. He said no, that his money is 300,000.
After their first transaction of purchasing a duplex went pretty well, the plaintiff Omolabi Gasso An estate agent was appointed by the defendant, Atinga Yinka, to manage the rental of her shops. 2 of the shops were subsequently sold, and Omolabi Gasso was paid 50,000 naira rather than the expected 10% of the sales price. Mrs. Atinga Yinka claims she made all the negotiations on the sales, and the 50,000 naira was just a freewill gift to the agent as he was not involved in the transaction. Omolabi Gasso claims he brought the buyer and wants 10% commission of the sales price. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
What was your basis for arriving at the 50,000?
I just want to give it to him, being that he's managing it before for me. That's
I'll explain 2 things to you. First of all, we all know, even though the 2 of you didn't agree on a percentage that will be paid for as his agency fee for bringing a buyer, but everybody knows that the standard practice is that when an agent either asks for the seller or the buyer and the transaction flies, the 2 of them, they are both entitled to fee, right? But furthermore, even putting that aside, from your power of attorney that you gave him, I'll read it out to you. To assume full control and management of my properties, shops, situated at, you mentioned where, then, and to exercise right and power. Now, watch these words, exclusively, as if bona fide owner of the said property. So every right that you have over it, you've transferred. You said exclusively, as if bona fide owner. Okay, but in this case, you are even the one that told him, I'm selling. I want to sell. So he has the right, even if he has sold on your behalf, to have sold. Because it appears you think the only power you gave him is just to put in tenants and maybe issue notice, give notices to the tenants and to occupier of the said premises, to quit or to repair. You understand? I could see everything. But you went beyond that. In the part, even, that's why I told you, when you were talking now, you said, on any transaction that happened on the shop. You said it yourself. You know, I pointed it out to you. So if you are using that, you are saying any transaction, this particular transaction is sale. And it still falls within the statement you made in the court now. That you gave him power on any transaction. I had to jot it down and I pointed it out to you. That happened on the shop. It's still another transaction on the shops. So, and if he had introduced that buyer, and at the point when the buyer came around, which is eventually what happened, initially it was 500,000 naira, he told you. Now, whether fortunately or unfortunately, there's nothing to prove that he made up that figure or that he's trying to play smart, even though you are trying to read between the line that actually happened because the buyer eventually turned up to you. But look at it this way. If you want to be vague, it was made an offer of 500 and he was told it was turned down. He now requested to come and see you. Now, I already knew that you are not taking 500,000 naira. So coming forward to meet you could be like, let me increase it and see whether I'll be able to buy. Eventually, you did not even sell to me at 1 million, remember?
Yes.
You kept on increasing until you got your maximum, what you feel could be the benefit from it, which was 1.5 million. You were satisfied to sell at that price. Now, if you don't want to recognize his role and give him what is due to him, what you ought to have done is abandon that buyer entirely because you got him, he was the one that told him you wanted to sell. You could have called the tenant directly yourself to tell them. Do you understand what I'm saying? But he was even the one that gave you the phone number, that gave your phone number to him to call you. Is that not so?
Yeah.
And he came forward. Now, you know, standard practice, especially in Lagos State, you discover that when you have such situation on ground, the agent will not even want to link the buyer directly with the owner. Usually is to avoid this kind of situation. And what you could do next time, usually what you do, I know that probably because you've been dealing on other issues and you just took it that is a rollover, you are just lucky that that clause is in this, in the power factor. Otherwise, as long as there is no agreement as to how much exactly you are going to obtain, there is nothing. The worst that could happen, the court might look at like this is the standard practice for the industry, maybe it's 5%, or if the court feel it's 2%, if it feels it's 1%, that's what comes your way. So, and what you have here, let me read it out. Second paragraph. To deduct from rent accruing from same all expenses incurred by him in furtherance of this power of attorney and all duties by this date conferred and a commission of 10% to be therefore deducted as remuneration. So you sold the property. You have this agreement. So the standard practice is for you to pay a percentage, you understand, to him. And the standard practice, because even you were not really emphatic. You did not even bring it up again. You've been managing the property all this while, right?
Yes.
So you assume as well that you're going to get 10% of this. Do you understand me?
Yes.
So with the way it is now, what the court is going to do is the standard practice, you should have at least 5%. And that's what I'm going to award. You've given him 50,000 naira earlier on. So you're going to give him 100,000 naira extra. That would be 5%. Do you understand me? Not 10%.
Sorry, ma. I understand you. It's because of the first transaction. Make this power of Antonio call me. The next.
Now,
business.
why weren't you very specific about the sale of the property too? You were very specific about every other thing.
I think since we have.
You assumed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see, in this, right, she gave you power exclusively as if you are the owner of the said property. But she is around. It's not as if you sold the property for her while she was not around. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you brought the buyer and they concluded the transaction, even at a higher figure beyond what you got.
No, sorry, ma. She asked me to confirm the going rate. She didn't ask me to sell. She asked me to confirm the going rate.
You needed to know the estimate. Yes, and you gave her.
That's what I told her.
Exactly. Nobody is holding you because you see, even if you say it's 10 naira, if she doesn't want to sell at 10 naira, nobody can force her to sell.
Yes.
Did she ask you to go and sell at that price? Exactly. That's why I'm saying that she did not say, sell this on my behalf. You actually sold. But you linked the buyer to her.
Yes.
So the standard thing and practice is that you are an agent in that transaction because you introduce the buyer. If the total amount involved runs to billion, or you understand,
yes,
then the percentage keeps coming
yes.
down. But for what I see, the figure right here, the standard price is for you to have at least 5%. And that's the award. Do you have any other thing to say?
Yes.
Okay, I'm listening.
Please, I would like to clear something about the house that we bought. The house was not bought directly from him. He showed us the house, and the house was in care of another agent, which the house have a lawyer. So if my husband wants to make payment, he will make payment to the lawyer.
You know, for me, that transaction.
So it's his agent who gave you your own share. So why are you mentioning
that
my
transaction
husband's name?
First person that I took for his first day.
Why are you mentioning my husband's name? Were you the
What do you
agent
mean?
direct
I
to the
I mention your first
to
because
the
that is
house?
the time we.
To the house.
I know you through your husband, through a friend of us. What
The agent gave you your own share of the money.
Why not?
What's that? What's your name? Are you listening to me? He has not done anything out of place by mentioning your husband's name. Because, as he said, he met you through your husband. I could have asked him earlier on, how did you meet the defendant?
What I'm saying is that I don't know why he's bringing that issue of 300,000.
Is it what is before the court? Have I given any award on that? Is he complaining that you should pay him more money over that? He said it's a concluded transaction. Is that not what you said? Yes. It's just that he's not just meeting you. What he's trying to portray is, yes. And this is not the first transaction you're having together. You've had some in the past. That's his narrative. That's his narrative. So right now, you have to pay him 100,000 naira. What did you say?
I don't have 100,000.
You don't have money to pay. You are not going to pay him at all.
I don't have money. I don't have 100,000.
But you collected have you not been paid the money for this?
I've been paid, and the money has been given to my husband.
Even though the defendant issued power of attorney to the plaintiff, both parties did not reach specific agreement on the sales transaction. Judge Fumi helps both parties to meet midway in line with the standard practice. She rules after the break.
So I gave my judgment. Judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 100,000 naira. And the sum of 100,000 naira is to be paid to the plaintiff. Total sum to be paid within 14 days. Judgment for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecourt.com and submit your case.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that will stack up with any book published elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
I am Shade Uwe. This is News Update. The National Lottery Trust Fund has been placed on a status inquiry over the spending of internally generated revenue without budgetary approval. This status inquiry was ordered on Monday by the House of Representatives Committee on Finance during a hearing on the medium-term expenditure framework. The management team of the National Lottery Trust Fund, led by its Executive Secretary, Chief Executive Officer of the fund, Bello Maigari, appeared before the committee to defend their revenue estimates. The document submitted by Maigari revealed that the agency has been spending all its IGR without the approval of the National Assembly.
You earn 6.3 billion. In 2022. And at the end of the year, you ran a deficit of 252 million.
252 million carried forward.
Deficit.
A deficit.
How?
Yes, I did say that we had a carried forward of liabilities.
You generated 2.5 billion and you spent the 2.5 billion to the cover.
We are guided by the Act establishing the agency. If you look at Section 40 of the Act, establishing the agency, we are required to take a custody of a certain percentage.
Which Act are you talking about? The Constitution is supreme, isn't it, than any act of the National Assembly. When you are fully funded, you are expected to remit your IGR 100%. We are going to carry out a status inquiry on Lottery Trust Fund. Status inquiry means that we're going to bring in an external auditor from day one to date. We will send a report on the plenary, and if you are found guilty, you made to refund, or and then any other punishment thereof.
President Bola Tinubu on Monday told international investors from G20 nations that their monies are safe in Nigeria's business environment. He reasoned that beyond Nigeria's natural resources, the people of Nigeria, whom he described as highly educated, highly skilled, and natural industrious, are the primary asset and advantage the country wields over other nations in the global race for new investments. Tinubu said since he assumed office in May 2023, his administration has embarked on transformative changes, removing all obstacles hindering businesses.
Hindering on businesses is being removed. We are reforming the economy based on the principle and philosophy of good governance. For us in Nigeria, we have the largest population in Africa and the biggest economy and biggest opportunity for all of you. We are reforming the economy to accommodate foreign investment. We are ready to partner with you. We have the youngest vibrant youth population, if you add that, in Africa all through, and I believe Nigeria is a leading population in that area. Equally, we have what modern economy needs: well-educated population. Equally, we have the opportunity to digitalize, and we are on the rapid move on that, the digitalization of our economy and environment.
The governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has charged the new commissioner of police in the state, Olatunji Disu, to bring to bear his depth of experience and be thoroughly professional in fighting crime and criminality in the state. The governor spoke on Monday when he received an on-courtesy visit at a government house in Port Harcourt. Disu, who had assumed duties as the 45th Commissioner of Police in the state. Fubara promised that the state government would continue to support the police command to discharge its responsibilities. In his address, Disu assured the governor of adopting a proactive policing strategy that will deploy efficient surveillance and mutual trust within the rank and file and from members of the public in protecting life and property.
I am fully aware of the complexity and gravity of the situation at hand. Having served in the state as the DPO Elimbu, DPO Lenwo, Commander SARS, Commander Anti-Kidnapping, and Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation Department, we will adopt a proactive approach to policing, one that emphasizes intelligence and foresight, enabling us to identify potential threats before they materialize.
I want you to be professional. That is the only request I want to make. As a government, we will give you all the necessary support to do your job professionally.
The factional speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie, has said he is ready to die while doing what is right for the interest of the state. He stated this in Port Harcourt while briefing newsmen on the alleged invasion of his residence by armed men dressed in police uniforms. The lawmaker, who represents Ahowada East Constituency 2 in the state legislature, stated that the armed men shot indiscriminately, insisting that their mission was to eliminate him and his family. Recall that he, who was the leader of the State House of Assembly, had announced himself as the House Speaker in the wake of the crisis that rocked the state legislature.
I'm not afraid of death. If it is sacrificing my life that will give victory to Rivers State, then I am ready to do that. The only regret I will have is that my young wife and 2 little children, but life must go on, and I am sure God will see them through. I stand with the governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, voted in by Rivers people and representing the welfare of Rivers people. Nothing, no threat, no intimidation, no allegation now or in the future will stop or deter my position.
Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Olatunji Disu, says the command has yet to receive any official report from the fractional speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehi, over reports of an assassination attempt on his life and that of his family at his Port Harcourt residence on Sunday. Briefing journalists outside the Executive Council chambers after a courtesy visit to Governor Siminalayi Fubara in Port Harcourt on Monday, Disu said a preliminary investigation revealed there was no attempt on the life of Ehi. He explained that the police officers on patrol on Sunday night were on a routine assignment. He said the command has reached out to the factional speaker of the House for more information about his alleged assassination.
All I knew was that police officers were on patrol, convoy patrol. It's a routine thing. And we have made frantic effort to get across to the leader to give us any information he has so that we can include it in what we already have. So far, so good. Nothing to worry about. My plea to him and every other person is, if there's any complaint, my number is going to be made public. They should call me quickly and I will quickly look into it.
Moving on to other parts of Africa, opposition leader Moise Katumbi officially launched his campaign for president of the Democratic Republic of Congo at a rally in Kisangani on Monday, 1 month ahead of the election. The 58-year-old millionaire businessman has promised to fight graft, create jobs, and reform the country's ailing economy. In 2018, Katumbi attempted to run for president but was thwarted by President Joseph Kabila's government, which cancelled his Congolese passport while he was out of the country. And outside Africa, amid the continued escalation of the conflict between Hamas and Israel in Gaza Strip, Lebanon's Hezbollah movement said it targeted troops in northern Israel with drones, artillery, and missiles on Monday. Hezbollah fighters targeted soldiers west of Kiryat Shmona in northern Israel with 3 attack drones, the Iran-backed group said in a statement, adding shortly after that it had also targeted troops in the area with artillery fire. Deadly skirmishes on Israel's northern border began on October 7 when Gaza-based Palestinian militant group Hamas attacked southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people and taking about 260 people hostage. In business news, in a bid to drive the goals of the Human Capital Development Program of the federal government, Vice President Kashim Shettima has approved the constitution of a multi-sectoral committee. The multi-sectoral team made up of the federal and state governments, as well as donors and partners, is expected to convene every 2 weeks to review the progress of the work in addressing the objectives of the HCD program. This was the outcome of the VP's meeting with World Bank's country director for Nigeria, Shubham Chaudhary, the chairman of the Dangote Foundation, Aliko Dangote, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Tony Elumelu, the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Patey, among others, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. At the meeting, VP Shettima stressed the need for government and partners to invest in human capital development to create a workforce that is not just globally competitive, but also adaptable to the modern demands of the 21st century.
The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is very keen to ensure we harness Nigeria's human capital, its population, so that they are of high quality to drive economic growth and will benefit the private sector as well as the public sector. So all of us have vested interest in that. His Excellency, the Vice President, convened this meeting to discuss how government, within the overall vision of the renewable agenda, can come together with state governments, partnering with the federal government, with private sector leaders, and we're fortunate that we have among the wealthiest, we have the wealthiest Nigerians and Africans.
In entertainment, The third release of the Merry Men franchise has dropped 2 spots, despite hitting the enviable 100 million naira mark. According to the records of the Nigerian box office for November 10 to 12, 2023, released by the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria, Merry Men 3 finally hit a total gross of 100 million naira after spending 4 weeks in theaters. This made the comedy crime thriller the most watched Nollywood movie at the cinemas. However, the huge gross still didn't save it from dropping to the 3rd spot on the charts. Produced by A.Y. Mako, one would expect that the drop would be short-lived, but new records for November 10 to 16, 2023 show that it maintains the same spot with a 7-day gross of 8.8 million naira. In sports, Italy qualified for Euro 2024 after drawing 0-0 against Ukraine in the final Group C qualifier on Monday. European champions Italy finished second level on 14 points with 3rd place Ukraine, but with a better head-to-head record after a tense affair that could have gone either way. The Italians ended 6 points behind England, who had sealed qualification after beating Italy 3-1 at Wembley in October. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is Africa's wealthiest and most populous nation, with the fastest growing economy. Agriculture contributes 25.2% of the gross domestic product. The Nigerian agricultural sector holds the key to the country's drive for economic diversification. This is because of its role in ensuring food security, promoting industrialization, providing jobs, and fostering shared prosperity. Nigeria was part of the 2003 Maputo Declaration that mandated all African Union member countries to allocate at least 10% of their total annual budgets to agriculture. This was done as one of the ways to increase food sufficiency in the continent. However, data shows that in the last 2 decades, Nigeria has consistently defaulted on this commitment. An average of 1.6% was dedicated to agriculture over the 5 years, and capital releases averaged 56.18%. But even with the allocated funds, how much got to the farmers? PlusTvAfrica spoke to 5 members of the Smallholder Women Farmers, SWOFUN, to find out if they got access to training, funds, and equipment.
I've not benefited from the Anchor School program. There was a time that they came for this. Some people organize. I think they are agents of. They organize it. They came here to our place here to do the training for us. But after that, nothing. We have not benefited at all from Anchor's brand. We heard about it, but nothing from there. Like the CBN National, no. I went for the interview, did everything, but nothing for now. They will tell us that they should hold on since 2019, and maybe because of last year's pandemic and everything, but since that time, nothing from there.
I have collected loan from Bank of Agric. I'm not collected from Nigeria. I was part of those that were supposed to collect after around April. But because of this pandemic, I told them they should hold back to their loans first. Let me see what the economy will look like before I can go and collect loan. Or Bank of Agric, I've collected loan from Bank of Agric. It's one of the loans I collected was what I used in constructing my smoking claim. the smoking came behind. So it was part of the loan. I collected about 300,000 from Bank of Africa. The smoking king was to cost about 750,000. So they gave me 300,000. Then I now added the balance to do my smoking clean. That was in 2015.
I've not received any form of loan from either state government or federal government. I actually applied for the CBN loan. I've gone to CBN for an interview. I have even received an offer letter. But that offer letter came just at the time of the lockdown. You understand? So when they kept calling just before the complete lockdown, come and take the loan. I didn't want to take the loan. In fact, the CBN Abuja called me. Don't you want the loan? I said, I want the loan, but I can't take a loan that that has a period of payment. You understand? You have given me some 3-4 months. We don't know what's happening when it's going to end, when business will pick up. And I'm going to pay back that loan with interest. So I declined the loan. I said, until the corona period is over. And that was just the first months of the corona lockdown. Until it took a whole 11-12 months before it came down. Business is just trying to pick up.
I was opportunity to benefit from a CBN loan through NAXA Microfinance. So with the cost of things, materials, feed, in fact, the loan is even ineffective.
How much did you get from
3.5, with it didn't go anywhere. With the cost of things, even if not that I have my own capital, it will not go anywhere. Can't even buy most of the things I needed, like a generator now. Generator is 3 point something, which I'm even trying to get. That was one of the things I even processing. So even though DOC, when we were applying for it, DOC that time was 180, 200. That's a point of that's a day old for umbrellas. But now it's 450. That time it was from 180. I even applied. I said 180 or so, or 200. By the time the loan came out, it was 420, 380. So I could not really. The loan was almost ineffective. It didn't go anywhere.
Ó ṣòro púpọ̀ láti rí owó yẹn gbà, gbogbo ọ̀nà láti gbowó yẹn ó ṣòro. Ṣùgbọ́n torí pé tèmi ò pọ̀, kò ṣòro. Àwọn tí owó wọn pọ̀ bíi mílíọ̀nù 10, gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kó mú wá, ó fi ṣòro. Àwọn tó máa ní kó ṣe gàrántọ̀ fún wọn, kó fi ilé ṣe gàrántọ̀, kó fi gbá ṣe gàrántọ̀. Tó bá tún wá ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, wọn ò tún tètè gbé ilé wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìgbà tó fún mi ní tó gé owó yẹn kù, ó dùn láti fẹnu sọ. Ẹni tí ò ní tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́, tó mọ iṣẹ́, kò jẹ́ náà wọn ò gbà. Àti pé tí ò bá ń ṣe pé COVID pandemic tó jáde ni, dandan ni kí kó ti bí nǹkan re. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú pandemic yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́yìn náà ni EndSARS, lẹ́yìn náà ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tá a fojú kò.
We have not gotten anything from federal government, nothing at all. I don't even think they know that we are really existing. I think it's Lagos, state government are really close to the farmers. For federal government, nothing. Uncle Boy is supposed to be from federal government, but it has not really. We have not gotten anything at all.
All the loans that we have applied for, even with the NISRA, they've not been giving out loans. They say, I don't know what is happening. They said that told them to hold on to the loans, that they want those that have collected to pay back. So we have not accessed loan between last year and this year.
There is no bank to assist us to, because they are really afraid. This is a high risk business. That's what they always tell you. That when it comes, because it is living their life, so anything can happen anytime. So they are not ready to really assist us. Some banks will tell you that they have a Greek desk. When you get there, they will tell you, sorry, madam. Especially when it comes to women, they will tell you, sorry, madam. That's why the victimization comes in. They say, sorry, madam, who is going to guarantee you? Blah, 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 blah. You're a woman, we can't do much with you. If anything happens, that's just it.
For many who haven't accessed the loans, they rely on their local cooperatives.
Thanks to my Obonge cooperative. So we do something, it's more something like what the Yoruba we can say ajo. Every month we drop something. So when you need a loan, you can go and take a loan. No matter how small, it's still better than nothing. And at a very low 1-digit interest rate. You understand? It's we do the contribution. This month, many people take, you use it for your business, turn it over 2-3 months, you return, another person takes. That's how we have been helping ourselves.
Thank God for Bonge, because it's a cooperative. So most times what you do is that you borrow from there, you feed your fish, you return after selling the fish. But most times our major challenge is the cost of feeding. It is really, really challenging.
I've not received any equipment, not even feed. I've not received. As for training, no, I've not received any training from either state government or federal government. I've not received any training. Apart from my cooperative meetings, agricultural, Obonge Women Cooperative, they give us training once in a while. Training. Yes. So that's just like personal, not government.
The Lagos State trained us on capacity building, that is proper recording, how you keep records on your farm. And also, I think that's the training that we have had so far between last year and this year. Then the ones we have been having outside Lagos State is the one we have been having in Abuja, that some of our donors, that is IBP, also train us on the way and manner we're supposed to run our business, and what the way we're supposed to run the business, and also how to also move to government on how to get things from the government. So they also taught us on how to do that.
On the 29th of July 2021, the Lagos State government empowered farmers in the state.
After this pandemic, we had to look for what is the next line of action, what do we do? We have lost almost everything on the farm. Even up till tomorrow, I cannot access my rice farm because of the insecurity. And we have looked at what is the next line of actions that was shared to farmers. The palliatives, they gave us some of the palliatives, but you can count how many people that was giving the palliatives. But after our visit with our commissioner, the commissioner promised us that she was going to see to what she's going to do to farmers. So what they now did was that they took data of all the farmers that have been affected by the pandemic, and also those that were not affected. And July 29th, that was last week, they empowered the farmers. We were empowered with 400 bags of fish feeds, 100 bags of poultry feeds, smoking cleans, and collapsible tanks. So those were things that we empowered as a group. So Lagos State is trying as much as possible to fulfill their promise in empowering farmers and trying to at least give them a space where they can still continue their farm. But in the line of the federal government, we are still looking at, the federal government has not done much, because if they can do 1/3 of what Lagos State has been doing for the farmers all over the states, we will know that yes, that we have something to fall back on. We are still advocating that this 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. That is the Malabo Maputo Declaration, that the 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. We are still talking about that because that has not been met. So if they can meet up to that, we'll know that yes, farmer has a lot to do, and we'll also be happy that we'll have enough food to provide for government. So we are seeking and we are begging the government that they should still do more. I know that what the minister has done has tried to give us something, but you can imagine giving 2 threshers, 1 orange decorticator and all that to more than 30,000 farmers from one state. how do you think we are going to share that? We are not political farmers, we are the real farmers. There are a lot of political farmers that they are working with, but we are the real farmers. I want to tell them that as far as we are the real farmers, things should come to us. And we should have a space, a place where when they are making policies, women farmers should also be involved, because we are the ones that are going through these problems. So they cannot be there and be dictating for us, that we have to tell them what we want. And that is what we are trying to advocate for. That we want the government to include us in decision-making, implementation, and also formulation, that those things will help us, and we tell them what we want. But if they stay there and dictate to us, that it will not get to us.
Nigerians depend on produce from local farmers for their daily meals, as more than 80% buy their food from local markets. Now, to ensure a sustainable economy post-COVID, the government on federal and state level must ensure that the policies are not just on paper, but the farmers benefit generously from every allocation and promise made.
Lagos State is not only open and ready for business, but also prepared to provide all the necessary policy support that would ensure businesses fully settle in and take off smoothly in the state. The overarching objective through the Things Plus development agenda is to foster an enabling environment by initiating and implementing policies that promote ease of doing business and facilitating government continuous support that guarantees business success through sustainable practices and inclusive economy. Similarly, through the business-friendly regulations, provision of infrastructure, and investments in quality technical education to produce a world-class workforce, the Lagos State government is committed to ensuring that Lagos remains the first choice for business in Nigeria and across the West African landscape. This is a Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Lovikuku Oyeduku. Welcome. This episode features Lagos. Governor Sanwo-Olu assures manufacturers of support for business growth. Food security. Lagos government building largest food logistics hub in West Africa assures of sufficiency. Lagos government approves 500% car refurbishment loan for state workers. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has assured manufacturers of government's continued support for the growth of their businesses in the state. Sanwo-Olu gave the assurance during the completion ceremony of the first 2,000 vehicles assembled in Lagos by GAC Motors in Ikeja. He said government support would come through business-friendly regulations, provisions of infrastructure, and investments in quality technical education to produce world-class workforce. According to him, the government is committed to ensuring that Lagos remains the first choice for businesses, not only in Nigeria, but across the West African landscape. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has restated the commitment of his administration to activate integrated plans to bring about infrastructure and funding that ensures food sufficiency and security in Lagos State. The governor was speaking at the grand finale of the year 2023 World Food Day celebrations held at the Police College, Ikeja, Lagos.
It is the Police College Playground, venue of the grand finale of the year 2023 World Food Day celebrations. The day, celebrated annually, provides a platform for farmers from all 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas, individuals, organizations and governments to unite in the fight against hunger and malnutrition. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu heightens celebrations by the farmers. Governor Sanwo-Olu says farming is important to his administration to ensure that food is affordable and accessible to all. He disclosed that his administration is building the largest food logistics hub in West Africa and that phase 1 of the project will be commissioned next year in order to ensure food sufficiency and security in Lagos State.
2 years ago, we started with a 5-year strategic plan. Is to now take them to the middle level market. We've built 2-3 of them. We're building additional 5 or 4 or 5. So the middle level market will now take it from the main hubs, right? And before it now goes to the last mile, the corner shop market and the markets that all of you see on the day. So we have a robust integrated plan, at ensuring that food sufficiency, food adequacy in Lagos is secure.
Governor Sanwo-Olu said his government has achieved a lot through the Appease project. He was quick to call for collaboration with farmers in the state and neighboring states to grow more rice paddy. Commissioner for Agriculture Abisola Olusonya said the World Food Day celebration was aimed at ensuring farmers in the state were given a space in society.
Consumers showcasing that indeed Lagos farmers are to be reckoned with. We have, like I said, the forum focused on issues which we as a government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu are taking care of, and we want to assure our farmers that we'll continue to give them the maximum support.
She appreciated Governor Sanwo-Olu for recognizing farmers as the bedrock of the nation's economy. The theme for the year is Water is Life, Water is Food, Leave No One Behind.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved 500% car refurbishment loan for state workers. The governor announced this during the swearing-in of Olabode Aguru as the 22nd head of service of Lagos State.
Seated are members of the State Executive Council, House of Assembly lawmakers, body of permanent secretaries, and political leaders. Also here are heads of state government parastatals, retired heads of service, state employees in different cadres, and traditional rulers. They thronged the banquet hall and government house Alausa Ikeja, where the ceremony to usher in the new Lagos Public Service helmsman was held to witness the formal swearing-in of Olabode Aguru into Lagos Public Service as the 22nd head of service. Aguru Sussex Hakim Muriokola who voluntarily retired last September after about 5 years at the saddle.
I, Agoro Shahid Olabode, solemnly swear
and pledge that in the service of Lagos State,
Following administration of the oath, Agoro performed his first official assignment, getting the governor's approval for the long-sought over 500% increase in the car refurbishment loan scheme for the state employees.
I just want to showcase another example of how you care for public servants. You directed me to bring up a file. I'm not supposed to bring it here, but I'm bringing it up here. So you directed me to bring up a file, and I brought up the file for your kind approval. I apologize for bringing this up for you, sir. But sir, today is also a working day. And as we know, you work 24 hours, 7 days a week, in the sun, in the rain, and wading through flood waters in Adeniji and all over Lagos State. So sir, I have the file here, sir. It is towards the welfare of public servants. I will address you when I talk. Can I bring it up?
The welfare scheme heralded the arrival of a new sheriff in the Lagos State Public Service. Governor Sanwo-Olu congratulated the new head of service, noting that the Constitution entrusted the office of the head of service with enormous responsibilities to provide direction and leadership for the public workforce. The governor urged Agoro to dedicate himself to the task of governance and work to build on the achievements of his predecessors.
Our administration remains committed to the welfare and the training of our public servants. Even as we continue to find ways to support the public service, this is a good platform, once again, to express administration appreciation to the entire public servants in Lagos State.
Giving his vote of assurance, Agoro said he inherited a fantastic, vibrant public service from his predecessor, pledging to build on the legacy bequeathed to him.
So to the public servants, I promise to you to further promote your welfare, your working environment and conditions, and training across all cadres.
The head of service hailed Sanwo-Olu for prioritizing the workers' welfare, pointing out that the approval of the car refurbishment loan scheme would go a long way in motivating the state employees and raise their dedication.
Women have the capacity to transform not only lives, but also the broader landscape of the nation and the world if given the needed support. This was a submission of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, while declaring the 23rd National Women's Conference, which held in Lagos Open.
The National Women Conference is an annual event organized by Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, CALSO. It is a platform that brings women together to discuss and develop ideas and solutions that will help to place them at the center of national development. 23rd in a series, the event, just like previous ones, had women from all spheres of life in attendance. The arrival of Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu further ignited the hall.
Let's go! Celebrate!
The First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, declared the conference open. She urged participants at the event to collaborate and support one another in ensuring that every woman in Nigeria has the tools and opportunities to reach her full potential.
It's not just about personal resources. It is about uplifting our families, communities, and our great nation as a whole. When women are empowered, society thrives. I call upon each and every one of you to embrace the theme of this conference, Unleash Your Potential, not only for your benefit, but for your individual states and the benefit of our beloved nation.
In his goodwill message, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the theme of the conference as apt. He underscored the need for women to be more intentional and determined in harnessing their innate abilities.
What better time can we unleash our potentials as great mothers, as great women, as great supporters, as great individuals, the great potentials that God has given to you. And so, seize the opportunity of the 2023 Council Conference to unleash your potentials, to rebirth yourself, to renew your commitment at home, in your places of work, in your various businesses, and in everywhere that you find yourself.
In her welcome address, Chairman of Council, who is also the wife of Lagos State Governor Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, urged participants to take risk, face their fears, and push past their comfort zones in order to discover what they are truly capable of achieving.
Potential means nothing in the absence of action. Whatever you do as wives to your husbands, as mothers and grandmothers to your children and grandchildren, as guardians to your wards, as sisters to your fellow sisters, as bosses to your employees, as employees to your bosses, as mentors to your mentees, as businesswomen, as captain of industries and leaders in the marketplace. Please make sure that you move your mind to your world. Think out of the box, if there's any box. In the words of Winston Churchill, continuous effort, not intelligence, is the key to unleashing our potentials.
Other speakers at the event included the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and the governors of Oyo, Ogun, and Osun, who were represented. They lauded the giant strides and the developmental projects already delivered by COSU. Women have been charged to carry on with the spirit of empowerment and believe that they can truly make a difference by supporting one another and continue to break down barriers. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu handed down this charge at the closing ceremony of the National Women Conference held in Lagos.
Strong, we are council, Committee of Wives of Lagos State official. Inú ilé obìnrin ló kọ́mọ lérò. Committee of Wives of Lagos State official. Inú ayé obìnrin ló kọ́mọ lérò. We are strong, we are council.
It's been 3 days of intense brainstorming, inspiration, conceptualizing, and creativity. These women have locked horns in this hall, fashioning out how to unleash their potential. They were taken through different presentations and in-depth analysis from brilliant minds, with industry experts sharing their thoughts and experiences. In her closing remarks, Chairperson of Council, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, advised all participants to apply lessons, skills and network garnered at the conference to improve on their daily activities.
It has been an amazing and life-transforming experience for all participants at this year's conference. We have had top-notch presentations and in-depth analysis from brilliant minds and industry experts who have shared their thoughts and experiences on carefully chosen topics in furtherance of the agenda to ensure that women make the best of our strengths and capabilities as pillars in our various homes and society, and effectively deploy the matter, no woman, towards achieving phenomenal heights. With the high-level participation of political and economic leaders and women from across the country, as well as the quality of contributions during the interactive session, I am confident that the various conversations at this conference will further inspire women to unleash their potential and influence their state and nation significantly. It has also addressed various challenges affecting women and promoting their well-being for a productive and fulfilling lifestyle. Aside from the main theme, we have thoroughly examined other subtopics, and these include homestead farming, a positive step towards sustainable national food security.
She also encouraged the women to participate actively in the forthcoming national farming competition organized by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu.
And I'm hoping after this lecture that you had listened to, you will take part in the competition that is coming up, where the First Lady of Nigeria has said that she wants to encourage every woman towards national food security. And there is a competition that is taking place across the 36 states, in which we will have to upload and post pictures of us women doing some basic farming in our homes, in our little farm or large farms. And all of us are going to send pictures of these women that are taking part in this competition, and the winner gets all 20 million naira. 20 million naira. She has told us, all First Ladies, please search for the winner.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Mrs. Abimbola Salu Hundeyi. He described the theme of the conference as a call to action for everyone to make a difference, no matter the background or circumstances.
Make a difference. Whether you are a student, a professional, a businesswoman, a mother, or a leader, your potential is boundless. Let us support one another and continue to break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and create opportunities for women to excel in every field. In conclusion, I would like to express my appreciation to the faculty of this conference. I know that your vast experience and deep knowledge have impacted positively on everyone who participated in this conference. My gratitude also goes to COUNSEL for their dedication to this conference and their tireless efforts to empower women.
In his keynote address, the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who was represented by his deputy, Mohammed Awal Jatau, disclosed that his administration is committed to the cause of empowering women in a bid to achieve gender equality.
We have a responsibility to create an enabling environment
that encourages entrepreneurship and fosters economic empowerment for women. Access to capital market, business training, and mentorship program are essential in supporting women-owned businesses and facilitating their growth. By doing so, we are not only empowering women economically, but also driving economic development and poverty alleviation within our states.
As the tradition, this year's edition of the National Women's Conference also saw some men and women who have distinguished themselves in various fields honored.
We are one, we are called so, and we stand by our husbands. We are the mothers of the land. We will build with our hands a Lagos filled with greatness. We are strong. We are called so. Okoniwa. We will serve our land. We will stand for our people. We will rise and together we will build our home. We are strong. We are called so. Okoniwa. Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. Inú ìlera obìnrin ló kún lérò. Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. Inú ayé yìí obìnrin ló kún lérò. We are strong. We are called so. Okoniwa.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it will be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant.
and I love the work presently now, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation, and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I see like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, and close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Femi Falana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has called for the appellate court to review the sackings of the governor of Chief Judge by Governor Adeleke. I am Bola Hoba, and this is Plus Politics. The sacking of the Plateau State Governor, Kele Mutfwang, has been greeted with criticism amidst claims that the All Progressives Congress, APC, is planning to run a one-party system in Nigeria. Plus, TV News gathered that the sacking of Mutfwang was the third experience of the opposition in 4 days. Nigeria's Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called for the appellate court to review the sackings of Governor Abba Yusuf and Governor Caleb Mutfwang, alleging that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, failed to conduct proper elections. Falana argued that the courts should not nullify votes due to electoral umpires' negligence and that thousands of votes should not be invalidated due to INEC officials failing to stamp ballot sheets. The court sacked 3 governors in opposition parties, including Yusuf and Mutfwang, and ordered INEC to conduct fresh elections in Zamfara. A political analyst and international analyst, Paul Ejima, joins us now to look at the sacking of the governor. Good to have you. Good to have you, Paul Ejima.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. What can you make of the rulings, Court of Appeal rulings against governors of Plateau, Kano, and Zamfara?
So it looks like everybody appears jolted by what is happening. But this has been on for some time, and pro-democracy activists have been worried about it because it appears that elections are now results are being hijacked by the courts, which is not good for the growth of democracy. Remember that in the context of gubernatorial election in the East, a candidate that came fourth was made the governor by the Supreme Court. And then there were also issues where some candidates did not participate in, party primaries, but went ahead to be. I think it's not good. It bodes ill for democracy. And so this call ought to have come yesterday instead of today that is coming, but better late than never. Nigeria's political system is ailing and needs to be fixed.
Can we agree that in any respectable liberal democracy, the zenith of the electoral system ends at the courts? Can we agree on that?
Exactly, not just in the election, but in all cases. Because the courts are supposed to be the, the last hope of the common man. But where we have now people, because those with deep pockets, they can buy. It's a very wrong. It's a very bad testament on Nigeria that a place where the judiciary can be bought, or the judges. Remember, in fact, it was I don't know who said it. One of the eminent jurists, Chukwudifo Puta, of blessed memory, a Supreme Court judge. He lamented this type of thing when he said that if, for instance, you have issues, citizens have issues with the executive, they can go to the judiciary and they will provide a remedy. If the legislature is trampling on the citizen, they will go to the judiciary and you will get remedy. But when you now have problem with the judiciary, that it becomes a hopeless and a helpless case. And so the earlier this trend, this drift is halted in Nigeria, the better. People were complaining about INEC that they didn't conduct the February election fairly. There was no transparency. It was not credible. But imagine a case where now all that it will appear as if there was no election, or that why bother to go to election? It creates a disincentive. It creates disappointment in the electorate. There will be no hope. They don't have any confidence in the system.
Are you indirectly saying that someone who is not a prima facie member of a political party, but because he is the godson of the most powerful politician in that party, was hoisted on him, was hoisted on the party to contest an election, and it's been successfully proved using the very document that has the names of members of the party that that person, as at the time he was given as candidate to INEC, was not a member of the party. Are you saying now that that person should just have a free ride and have the so-called election validated by the court. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you are just picking in one case. But I'm telling you that there have been several. In fact, they are
okay. Let me give you another example. Another example is a political party supposedly conducted primaries, and members of that political party went to court, and a court of competent jurisdiction instructed that political party to go back to the 11 wards, to the 11 local government areas where primaries were not conducted. The party seemingly went back and conducted primaries in just 5 of the 11 local government areas. And now that the result of that illegality is being invalidated by the Supreme Court. Are we saying politicians, especially those who have the resources in their state, should just run roughshod over fellow members, and once they are elected, they should be singing hallelujah somebody?
Well, you are putting me on a time. I would rather you put that question to, one, the politicians, who are the lawyers and the judges that are involved, okay, in this rape of democracy, because that is what it is. I'm not going into the details of the individual cases you are citing.
I'm really sorry to have to ask those tough questions. I don't really enjoy having to put my guest in a tightrope of a sort. But for all we care, and to those Nigerians watching this evening, the nitty-gritty of the decisions that are now being simplistically and generalistically condemned, those are the nitty-gritty of those cases. Somebody, because he's the kingpin of the party he just acquired in his state, decided not to pick any bona fide member of that party and picked somebody who as at the time he picked him was not a member of the party. Now the Supreme Court has ruled, the Court of Appeal, the person still has the right of appeal anyway, so even this decision, we never know where ultimately the direction it may go, because at this juncture is speculative. Do we agree to that?
No, I don't know what you want me to agree.
No, what I'm saying is that it's easy for us.
And it's bad news for Nigerian judiciary that such a thing is happening. I mean, the judge, look, they tell you about, the court is talked about as the temple of justice. I mean, after God, it is the courts that will come in, judges. These are people who are revered. These are people whose words should, in fact, in those days, they are not, you hear them, but they are not seen. That is why you don't see judges or magistrates fraternizing, going to, there are places where their position will not allow them to go. That is to say that because they are next to God, they are sacred. But here, what is happening in Nigeria is that court judgments can be bought, and that is dangerous for anything you think about. In fact, that is the lowest that any country can go. If the church, the court can no longer give hope, can no longer give aspiration, can no longer give confidence to the common man, because that is supposed to be a leveler. Judges are supposed to be, they make laws, not just interpreting it, because of how they are, how revered, how highly the esteem they are held. But what is happening now is that those who have money can buy anything.
No sensible person can disagree with your submission.
Yes.
The only problem with that submission is the generalistic nature with which every judge is now, with that submission, subjected to innuendos and is that fair as a commentator? Is that as a political analyst? Is that fair a phraseology or a way to speak to a whole arm of government where, like in journalism, like in political analysis, like in any other sphere of life, you have the good, the bad, and the ugly? Is this the best way to go about, portraying our judges in this country?
No, Bola, don't get me wrong. I am not painting all judges with the black brush, but I'm saying that a bad apple spoils a whole basket. If the judges, if the judiciary cannot discipline in their members to the point of losing public confidence, it's not my call. I am not the one making the judgment on the verdicts and decisions they are given. In fact, like they say, their reputation precedes them. But it's not all of them. But if it's not, it becomes a trend. Then it creates a worry in the system. That is what I'm saying. I'm not that if you count 1, 2, 3, 4 cases, you have judges or courts of parallel, or what do you call it, the same jurisdiction, giving different the decisions or judgments on a given case. That shouldn't be the case. I mean, you don't need anybody, you don't need a journalist or a commentator to tell judges, to tell Nigerians, or tell the judiciary. But by the way, what happened, do you know what happened to the former Chief Justice? 14 of his colleagues wrote a petition. It has never happened. It's an ugly precedent in Nigeria. And recently, a retiring judge also made a comment about indicting his colleagues at the Supreme Court. I am not the one making this. I'm surprised that you are putting up a defense for something that is wrong and is going to destroy a whole Nigerian society. If care is not taken, Nigeria will be lost. Because if the common man, for instance, if we allow impunity to reign, it will bring one-party system. In fact, the ugliest of everything will happen if care is not taken. If Nigerians do not come to halt, and it is up to the judiciary. It was the same judiciary. To control itself.
It was the same judiciary.
And not allow the ordinary citizens to.
It was the same judiciary, Polygima, that made sure. It was the same judiciary that made sure that APC could not contest in Zamfara. That APC, the penultimate election, that APC could not contest in Rivers. The same judiciary that under an APC president ruled that the party's local branches in those states, because of the brazen abuse of the Electoral Act, could not contest. In fact, in one instance, in Bayelsa State, an APC governor-elect was a couple of hours away from being sworn in, and his victory was invalidated by the same judiciary. Are we talking about this same judiciary when he rules against a Muthwang or a Yusuf in Kano and Plateau? Suddenly the judiciary becomes the villain of our analysis.
Well, I'm surprised that you are putting up this kind of argument. I
have a job to do. I have to ask you questions.
I have told you we are not painting all the judges with the black brush. But I am saying that if a trend becomes so frequent, I started by telling you that courtroom is not where you decide elections in the first place. Elections are decided at the polling booths using the ballot box. But the fact that Nigerian election is now ending up in the courts is an anathema. It is something that should be addressed. Now go to the judgments that is coming from the courts. I am not going into individual, whether I'm not party, I don't belong to any party, and I will never belong to any, particularly in Nigeria. But what I'm saying is whether it is party A or party B that the decision favors, the verdicts are becoming questionable. That is the issue. You cannot, whether it favors A or B, the judges need to sit down to put their house in order. This is the point I'm making. And I'm not the one raising issue.
And you don't think...
Falana law is a lawyer. There are many candidates, many commentators are saying the same thing. We are the all hope to rely on, if the judicial, the legislative arm of government and the executive arm of government, who is the judiciary that should call them to order. But what is happening is that the judiciary itself has become compromised. Everybody, politicians are compromised, lawyers are compromised. Where are we going to?
And you don't think
like Caesar's wife, the judiciary must be above board. That is the point I'm making. I've given you the instance.
And you don't think that you may be communicating that instead of the politicians who should be made to act properly at the level, instead of the politicians who are the weakest link of our electoral value chain, I see analysts like you now targeting the judiciary for making sure that they draw the politicians to do the right thing, to be consistent with the Constitution and the Electoral Act, even when the politicians are always determined to mess up the process. And when they are corrected, because I gave you some examples, and you know, within the context of your right, you are not in a law court, I cannot be forcing you, but I gave you some examples of instances in the recent rulings that you have generalistically referred to as making the judiciary look as though they are corrupt. I'm saying somebody brought in a mentee who was not a bona fide member of the party to come and contest as governor. And that person now is having his candidature invalidated by one of the courts. In another case, because we don't want to go into the specifics, in another case, the Court of Appeal stated that you cannot build something on nothing because a court of competent jurisdiction had invalidated a charade that they called the primaries. And they went ahead to use what the court had invalidated to produce their candidates. And I gave you the example when the courts, different courts, invalidated the victory of a governor-elect, made sure that a particular party, because we don't want to speak to parties now, that a particular party could not produce candidates in a state, Rivers State, that a particular party that had produced candidates and had won an election in Zamfara was told that all his candidates were not qualified for the elections, and another party benefited from their victory. And the same judiciary now is the Achilles heels of our electoral system. Just a rehash. How would you respond to that?
Well, it looks like you have a vested interest in defending the judiciary or whatever. And I've told you, I am not against the judiciary. But that the trust in the judiciary is eroding. You cannot deny it. And look at the title of your screen on the screen. Appeal court verdicts. It is not one verdict, but several verdicts. Not just the appeal courts, high courts, and the Supreme Court in Nigeria. So, and people are having issues with them. They are not supposed to, they should be facilitators and not hindrances to democracy. That is the point I'm making. I'm not into all the cases you are citing, the cases that where they have, are they supposed, what is their role in the first place? Are they supposed to be, praised for doing their job? Or have we lost it that we don't know what is the role of democracy? If politicians are doing what they are doing, what is the role of judiciary? Judiciary is to call them to order. And if they fail to call them to order, other people will now tell them, listen, you are losing it. That is the point I'm making. I don't want to get into whether it is state A or state B or one judgment or another. Generally speaking, when you pick all the verdicts, and that is what is there, appeal court verdicts. Some governors are now also deciding against the justices, because the justices have lent themselves into, they put themselves in this tight corner by giving decisions, maybe not the ones there, but their mates. They have not decided, they have not conducted themselves in, they have not covered themselves with glory. That is the point we're making. They need to go back to the drawing board.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
As a political analyst,
yes,
is it that one must always shadow or repeat an opinion that seems popular, or does one have a duty to enlighten the public about how things should be properly done across the value chain of any event or any incident that one is analyzing?
I don't know what you want to achieve by that question. What is the essence of, tell me, why were you conducting this interview? What is the basis of this interview? I want to know.
Because
no, tell me what it's about. Is it that you have agreed that the judges, the judiciary, they are doing a fantastic job? So you want me to come and validate it? Or you are seeking my opinion about the performance of the judiciary? I'm telling you, this is what it is. They might have been, and we cannot begin to applaud them for doing their job. The judiciary they are like a compass, the conscience of the society, of the nation. Okay? So if they get it right, we can be praising them. When they do wrong, and that is what is happening, they are doing much of what is happening in political, especially with political cases. I am not the one saying it. There is capture, state capture. The government in power is not only in Nigeria, all over the place. They capture the executive, the institution, government institutions. They capture the legislature that will tell you that we are, whatever the executive says, we have to support. That is not democracy. A judiciary that will also not look very critically at what is brought before it, that is not the judiciary that will promote democracy. We are talking about the performance of the third very strong third arm of government. And I have given you an instance by saying that it is not for nothing that the court is referred to as a temple. And temples are associated with solemnity, a sacredness, that after God, this is where you can go. But if we're the common man, can you get judgments in a Nigerian court? Where if money now begins what is raining, if you don't have money, you cannot go there because you can. And where people are telling you, politicians are saying, we have done what we are doing, you can go to court. Why do they say that? Because they feel that they have the judges in their pockets. I am not saying that is what is happening. And for all the good work that the other judges are doing, the ones that are giving these, dangerous verdicts or supporting politicians because of pecuniary interests, they are destroying the judiciary and at the same time the society and the country. That is what I'm saying. And if something is going wrong, that is when you need to shout. That is when you need to set an alarm or set up the alarm. Things are not working well. where should the governor be sacking judges?
Paul
But
Ejima,
the judiciary has provided this opportunity.
Paul Ejima,
By
thank you very
by
much.
becoming a stepping stone for, or footmatch of governors. That is what is happening.
Thank you very much,
When
Paul
they bring
Ejima.
themselves to that level, then anything can happen.
Thank you
So
very
what do
much,
you want
Paul
the common man to
Ejima, for contributing. We really appreciate you. The tough questions must be asked, not because we are supporting the judiciary, but when people also come into the public space, they must be asked tough questions to make sure that they give balanced opinions. Thank you, but you've made your point. Thank you.
I have given my balanced opinion. Judges
We'll make a short. We'll go on a short break, and when we're back,
thank you very much.
we'll continue the program.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
The protesting judicial workers led by one Mr. Gbenga Eludire prevented movement into the premises of the State High Court. Osun State members of the Judicial Staff Union, JSU, on Monday shut down the entrance to the Osun State High Court in Osogbo, the state capital, in protest against the sacked Chief Judge, Justice Adepele Ojo, and the management of the activities of the judiciary in the state. The protesting judicial workers led by "We are tired of oppression and stagnation, an unlawful suspension of judiciary staff without recourse to Judicial Service Commission." We have guesting on this segment of the show. Joining us is human rights activist Ayo Ologun. Today's Ayo Ologun. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure is all ours. We really appreciate this. We know you are really sacrificing to be part of this show. Would you want to give us a recapitulation of what is happening in Osun State?
Well, what is happening in Osun State has become a national issue, such that, except for those who don't follow the trend or the news, who don't know exactly what is happening in Osun State in the last few days. But then a lot of people do not have the understanding that what is happening was not just an event that started last week. If you recall, or if you follow the news, this whole thing started way back in the month of June. If you look at the front page of the Tribune newspaper of June 12, you will see it really captured there, the crisis that was brewing in the judiciary in Osun when the Senior Advocate of Nigeria accused the state government denied, and of course, the order for the CJ to resign and all of that. So this imbroglio didn't just start yesterday. It started way back many months ago. But at a time when everybody thought that the issue had been laid to rest, when everybody thought that reasoning has been allowed to reign, we woke up last week Tuesday, particularly for those of us in the society movement, we woke up last week Tuesday to an information that the state government had written a petition forwarded to the NJC against the CJ of the state. And I recall that myself and a number of other human rights activists in the state addressed a press conference on Wednesday where we warned the state governor to stay clear of interfering in issues that has to do with the judiciary. We also warned the state assembly not to allow themselves to be used as tool in what is seemingly political. But that wording was not heeded to. By the morning of Thursday, sometimes in the afternoon, A press statement was issued by the chief press secretary to the governor, which is the spokesperson to the governor, Rashid Olawale, purportedly announcing the decision of the governor of the state acting on the resolution of the State House of Assembly to suspend the TJ of the state.
Before getting to the suspension, what specifically has the state government alleged against the chief judge or the suspended chief judge or sacked chief judge before in the letter that was sent to the NJC?
Before the one that was sent to the NJC last week, the one that brewed between the month of June and August had to do with the call of the state government that the CJ should resign. You remember that until a few weeks ago, the age for judicial officers used to be 65. So the state government was envisaging that the CJ hen would have attained the age of 65 on the bench and would resign. And would leave. But unfortunately, the National Judicial Council reviewed the age of judges from 65 to 70, which made it possible for the chief judge to spend another 4 years or more in office. And that was where the state government had to define other means. I'm aware that 1 or 2 organizations wrote a petition accusing the chief judge of impropriety, accusing her of mismanagement of funds, accusing her of abuse of power in office. These were the issues that the state government also put together and were laying their claim of accusation upon which they claimed that the suspension of the CJ of the state
the next logical question to ask is, does a governor within the context of the 1999 Constitution as amended, does the governor have the powers to sack the chief judge of the state?
Absolutely not. If you look at Section 299 of the Constitution, our 1999 Constitution as amended, there are 2 provisos for the suspension of a CJ. One is based on the resolution of the House of Assembly, which is expected that such a resolution will be passed on to the Judicial Council. The Judicial Council will look at the issues, call and investigate the purported accused person, and whatever the decision of the NJC is what is to be communicated back to the state government for action. But in this case, only God knows what the ori is about on the part of Ademola Adeleke as the governor of the state, or the legislature, which is, of course, a willing tool in the hand of the governor. Only God knows what they are after. Only God knows what the order is about. Because ordinarily, no matter the accusation, I'm not saying Olakunle Ojo is a saint. I'm not saying that the things she has been accused of, she has not perpetrated them. That's not the issue. She might have committed the offenses that have been stormed up on a judicial officer or the head of a court. Those are the 2 provisions in the Constitution. When there's an allegation against the head of a court or a judicial officer, such allegations should be reported to the NJC, who will look at the issues, then take a decision and communicate such decision to the state government for action.
So somebody like you now, hello, Ayo.
To pass through the due process, the erroneous. I'm with you.
Ayo, so
I'm very much with you.
Somebody like you now is particular about respect for the processes, the procedure.
Exactly. For me and good-meaning Nigerians, it's not about the person of Adekunle Ojo. I don't know what she looks like. I've never met her. So the struggle that I have led in the state is about the respect for the rule of law. These things are simple. The 3 arms of government are independent: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. There's no way in the world where the power to interfere in the issues of the judiciary lies in the hand of the executive or the legislature. So the government of the Osun State, and by extension the House of Assembly, should have respected the provision of the separation of power and followed the process. So for me, it's not about the person of Adekunle Ojo, what she has been accused of. It is about the abuse of the process and the abuse of the rule of law.
But
that's what we're progress. We must follow the rule of law.
You, as somebody who is on the ground, is it not using the precedent of what happened to the usurper chief judge in Ekiti during the Fayose fiasco, is it not somewhat disturbing that another character in the Osun judiciary who has purportedly been appointed as the acting chief J is now parading himself in that position?
No, I think that would be wrong information. The person that the Osun State government purportedly appointed as the acting CJ did not provide himself for swearing in. So as it is today in Osun State does not have the head of the judiciary, because the person that the state government appointed as the acting CJ failed to present himself for swearing in. And I think that is wise on the part of that person, following precedents. Just like you've made an allusion, what happened in the case of Ekiti State also happened in Rivers State at some point. So I'm sure that the person that the state government wanted to appoint as the acting CJ must have learned lesson from what befell those who allowed themselves to be used in this circumstance. He must have learned lessons from them and take lessons from precedents. That is why he did not present himself for swearing in. So as it is today, Osun State does not have a chief judge, neither does Osun State as an acting chief judge. The judiciary in Osun State is without leadership.
And for somebody like you now, you probably you are one of those who are perturbed that the politicians are typically in their grab it all mentality. The politicians are also trying to elongate their dirty hands to choke the machinery of justice or the judicial architecture in Osun State.
Absolutely. And this is the concern for us. That look, we cannot continue to do what is unacceptable in international practice. You cannot continue, because you have the power of the executive governor of the state, begin to poke your hand into things that are beyond you. Look, the fact that somebody is a governor does not mean he possesses absolute power. That is why the Constitution, which is the grand norm in the country, provided for separation of power, so that there can be check and balances. The fact that Ademola Adeleke is governor of Osun State today does not in any way empower him to be absolute in every term. Of course, we know the game he played in the appointment or the election or selection, as the case may be, of the Speaker of the Assembly, and now the Assembly has been turned themselves into a rubber stamp of everything that the executive does. So if you have captured the executive,
like in most states,
do not allow him to capture the judiciary, because that is the last hope of the people.
Ayologun, like in most states of the Federation, the legislatures of the state's houses of assembly are largely puppets of the governors, except in some very few states.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Osun State is not an exception. The House of Assembly in Osun is the puppet of the governor. They were handpicked. All the members of the House of Assembly in Osun State presently were practically handpicked by the governor of the state. The Speaker of the House of Assembly was practically forced on that assembly as the Speaker, even when the provision of the law we did not allow for it. If you remember that the Speaker of the House of Assembly is a first-timer, which the governor handpicked and forcefully appointed or selected as the Speaker of the House. So if the governor felt he has captured the executive, he has captured the legislature, now he's poking his hand to also capture the judiciary. If we allow him to succeed with this, that means the whole
Ayo Ologun, we really have to thank you. We know that you have had to do this interview in very extenuating circumstances, and we do verily appreciate you. Thank you for the enlightenment. Today's throwback: Chief Salami Agbaje, first construction supplies made magnate, richest Nigerians of the 1800s and the early 1900s, and the timeless lessons we must learn from them for lasting riches. Chief Salami Agbaje was unarguably Nigeria's first construction supplies made money bag of the late 1800s and the early 1900s during the colonial era. He was reportedly Ibadan's richest personality of his time. Indeed, there was a local dictum that acknowledged the unmatchable majesty of his palatial home. Wọn ò kọ́lé mi bí ilé Agbájé, èṣù àìníkàn kankan nìyẹn o. I must build my house like Agbaje's resplendent house. Is the devil in dying homeless. Agbaje was born in Lagos in 1880 to an Islamic teacher originally from Iseyin, and his wife, Sinatu, who was a native of Ibadan. Growing up in an Islamic family, rote knowledge of the Quran was mandatory. He later apprenticed under a tailor and learned the art of tailoring. However, it did not last in Lagos. Toward the end of the 19th century, he left for Ibadan to find better opportunities of life. Though Ibadan was a new environment for Agbaje, but his mother was from the city and she had lived there before marrying his father. He, in Ibadan, left the artisanal work of tailoring and focused on logging. His first major commercial success occurred when he was a timber contractor for the construction of the Lagos-Ibadan railway line, which started in 1896. The railway soon emerged as an important mode of transporting raw materials from the hinterland to Lagos for onward export to Europe. Agbaje cashed in on the colonial economy by not only supplying most of the timber needed for the novel railway lines construction, but he also used the railway post-completion to cargo the many products he imported as a major merchant into Nigeria from Lagos to Ibadan. The timber business was his launching pad to greener investment pastures. He diversified the profit from timber contracting and set out to meet with farmers to seek avenues for produce buying in the Yoruba hinterland. He became a merchant who succeeded in linking and buying goods from the local farmers and selling them to expatriate firms for export. He was also notable for using advertising as a marketing strategy. His name and business could be seen splashed inside the pages of Yoruba News in the 1920s. From the produce buying venture, he spread his tentacles to transportation, import and export. He imported cotton, gin and rum, building materials, hats, umbrellas, and sewing machines. He was not only a success as an importer, but actually one of the few indigenous importers of his time. He had also risen to the top in Ibadan's social and traditional political circles and pioneered new ventures in the city. Other pioneering business enterprises or activities he was involved with in Ibadan included the first private motor garage in the city and the first truly indigenously owned business conglomerate, hiring both foreigners and indigenes. He also was the first to establish cinemas. He was the Balogun of Ibadan before his death in 1953. However, many prominent chiefs of Ibadan despised him for, according to them, being miserly. A culture of exhibitionistic largesse dispensation amongst prominent Ibadan chiefs had become part of the Ibadan society. Wealthy and high-ranking chiefs were used to dashing out money to Ibadan citizens and holding relatively open feasts for merrymaking and enjoyment. Indeed, one of his contemporaries, Chief Adebisi Giwa alias Adebisi Dikon, was said to be so generous that he once paid the oppressive poll tax of all male Ibadan residents to the Colonial District Officer's office in a particular year to save them from being arrested and incarcerated for non-payment. In 1949, the Mogajees or clan heads in Ibadan brought charges against Agbaje to forestall him from ever becoming the Olubadan, the king of Ibadan, a meritocratic position which had little to do with blood lineage but rather relied on a person's ascension of the hierarchical order within the company of either warrior or civil chiefs of Ibadan. The underlying reason for the grievous allegation was his contempt for the wasteful culture of largesse dispensation and his unpopularity with the Ibadan masses. He was, however, cleared of all charges. At the time of his death in 1953, he had a very large family made up of many wives and children. He became the first medical doctor from Ibadan and a justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The didactic. Chief Agbaje's life defined industry and value innovation. His shrewdness with money may have earned him the dislike of the Ibadan masses, but it shows his conviction and courage of character. He was not out to compete in the frivolity of showing off with other Ibadan personages. His legacy, as exemplified in his children and children's children because of the quality of education he invested in them, is excellent. And that's it on the show tonight. I am Bola Oba.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Before Wizkid, Davido, and Burna Boy dominated the charts in the Nigerian music industry, there were some other heavyweights who not only ruled but also championed the Afrobeat genre. I'm talking about the likes of Idris Abdulkarim, Tony Tetula, Rugged Man, LD The Don, Sasha P, and so many others. Their music evolved and created the pathway for what we know as Afrobeats today. But there's a question lingering on everyone's mind: where are they now? In this documentary, we take a deep dive into some of their lives to see what they've been up to. But first, let's go into the streets to ask people about their favorite way-back artists, the ones they love and miss so much.
The way-back rapper I missed is Idris Abdulkarim and Dagreen. I think they are very good. And to date, at least, Dagreen has been in everybody's memory.
Hubis and Mood 9. Those are actually my... Then the likes of Rugged Man too. Then Two Babas has been here all the while. So I think for me, still a great one.
Sasha. Rugged Man.
Rugged Man and LD The Don. Yeah, those are the people that I've missed so much, and I really wish they can give us something to, to always keep on remembering them.
There's a guy called Terry the Rap Man. It was very, very good back then, and there's one other one when we're in, LD The Don. I miss him. Great guy, Larry Dabiri.
The first artist on our list is Idris Abdulkarim.
Hello class, how you doing? Good morning. My name Nassar. All I gave me a lot.
Idris Abdulkarim Ajeni Fuja is a Nigerian hip-hop, R&B, and Afrobeat artist, songwriter, and singer. He was a lead rapper of the defunct Nigerian hip-hop band The Remedies. He was once regarded as the foremost rapper in the Nigerian music industry, with some unforgettable songs such as Jaga Jaga, Clean Up Naija, Mr. Lecturer, among others. His songs were famous for criticizing the Nigerian government and its institutions. For this reason, many of his hit songs were banned from being heard on radio but could be played in clubs. He has 7 studio albums under his belt from titles like PASS and Mr. Lecturer, both released in 2002, to Unfinished Business in 2010, and others in between. After Unfinished Business, Idris had a 10-year hiatus and came back with Nothing But the Truth in 2020. In July 2022, Idris revealed that he came down with kidney failure, and a month later, the singer successfully underwent a kidney transplant with his wife donating one of hers to him. He is fully recovered now, and we can only hope for more music from him.
My brother, sister, it's time to wake up. Empty sweat make you go for your checkup. Second night, I don't know how to thank you, but I want you to know that I love you.
Next is Tony Tetula. Anthony Olarewaju Awotoye, better known as Tony Tetula, is also regarded as one of the golden fathers of Afrobeats. He was a member of the defunct hip-hop group The Remedies, along with Idris Abdulkarim and Eddie Montana. He is best known for his hit songs My Car, Two Women, Fefe Nefe, Igo Beta, not forgetting the famous Omode Meta, which made fans consider him to be the first Nigerian artist to ever drop a diss track. It is claimed that Omode Meta, which means 3 children, was directed towards his former colleagues in the Remedies group. With the disbandment of the group, Tony launched his solo career and went on to produce 3 albums, Morning Time, My Car, and Igo Beta, which was his last release in 2004. In 2015, Tony ran for political office in the House of Assembly of Kwara State, which he said was his way of giving back to the society. He, however, did not win, but has remained a political enthusiast. Let's move over to one of the pioneers of women in Afrobeats. Recognized as one of Nigeria's hip-hop icon is Weird MC.
Ijoya, 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 our man Ijoya, 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 our land Ejo.
Adeshola Adesimbo Idowu, popularly known as Weird MC and a rapper, is a Nigerian-British rapper, songwriter, lyricist, and producer. Weird MC is one of the most notable female rappers in Africa, and this is one artist who cannot be put in a box. From her thought-provoking lyrics to her club bangers, she's got a distinctive sound that is compelling and commercially acceptable. Weird MC started her music career by competing in various rap battles and going on tours with several musicians. In 1992, she released her first single, I Wanna Make You Jack, with it amassing positive reviews and topping the #1 spot on the Choice FM charts and #1 on the Blues and Soul UK Swing charts. In 1996, Weird MC released her debut album, Simply Weird, after which she took a hiatus and came back 10 years later with her second album, After the Storm, released in 2006. The album featured the popular single Ijoya, which was produced by JJC and Don Jazzy. Ijoya gained wide acclaim and the single topped all audio and video charts for 8 straight weeks, peaking at #1 on MTV Base. It also got several nominations with wins from the Amen Award and Channel O Music Video Award. The rapper, however, went off the radar after the death of her friend No More Loss. She said she had to deliberately move away because she needed a break, and that brought her into a place of light where she could reprioritize on what's next. Since then, Weird MC has diversified into other professions such as acting, script writing, stating that she doesn't want to be limited with her creativity. But one thing is for sure, music is her first love and
Not only God knows those who go eventually make them. See the money rake up, no use grab take up.
A real name, Michael Ugochukwu Stevens, was one rapper who was independent throughout his career. Rugged Man started exploring music in 1999, where he produced his own songs, and his albums Thy Album Come, Ruggedy Baba, Untouchable, and Money Making Music were all released under his personal label, Rugged Records. At the peak of his career, Rugged Man hosted the prestigious StarQuest reality. Man is known to have built a brand around activism and giving back to the society through his gaming competition for youths and his radio show titled Rap, Sing and Win. He also has a clothing line called 20th September Wears. Now, if you're familiar with the song Big Boy, which made waves in 2008, you would definitely know this next rapper. He's no other than LD the Don.
Today, not today, you no go escape. Not ready,
But before then, Mosiganga Kajo, Mosiganga.
Olarewaju Dabiri, famously known as El Didi Don, is a retired Nigerian rapper, singer, and record producer. He is considered a pioneer of the Afrobeat genre and one of the best Nigerian entertainers of all time, citing his contributions to the music industry. He was recently featured in the Netflix docuseries Afrobeats: The Backstory. El Didi Don was a member of the band Tribesmen with rappers Freestyle and Kaboom. The group was established as Nigeria's foremost hip-hop group in 1999 with singles such as Plenty Nonsense, Shake Body, and Tribal Max, captivating fans and making them a force in the industry. The group later split up with each member going solo. LD decided to focus on the platform he had just created for new talents, one that would help put African hip-hop on the map. This platform would then boast of developing successful artists such as Sasha P, Two Shots, Seed, and many others. He relocated to the US with his family in 2002, but continued thriving in his career, making music and working with their tribe. In 2008, LD released the album Big Boy, originally named Evolution, which would go on to be nominated for 17 awards, including a 2009 Mobile Award nomination for Best African Artist. In 2012, LD decided to take a bow from pursuing music as his full-time career, saying he came to a realization that the path music was taking him, he wouldn't have time for his family, and they are more important to him. He is still in the US with his family and is currently working as an IT consultant. Nigeria has produced so many giants in the music industry, and in the concluding part of this series, we'll be looking at some other faves from way back. This is Then and Now.
Good evening, I am Shade Uwe. This is News Update. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has revealed why he approved the Naira redesign policy. In his first interview since leaving office, Buhari explained that he endorsed the controversial Naira redesign policy to protect his integrity and emphasized that there are no shortcuts to success. Buhari stated that he is unfazed by the criticism about his administration as he revealed that he tried his best.
Nigerians, I don't know. I still feel that the only way I could impress and tried so hard to do it in Nigeria is just to make sure that my integrity become unquestionable. Make Nigerians believe that there is no shortcut to successful leadership, in the sense that service, it's not easy. As I said, losing, say, 3 elections, attempting president and ending up in the high Supreme Court 3 times. How many people, a lot of Nigerians would say that is very stupid. They would rather have the quickest and fastest way of getting there. And the only way we can do it is to try to accumulate some money, to have a lot of money, and see how we can compromise so many people and maybe institutions.
The ex-president confessed that it was not an easy task to govern Nigeria.
Enjoy yourself like the rest of developing countries. You can't experience. Leading Nigeria is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. People know they're right. They think that they should be there, not you. At virtually every step. And we have to struggle day and night, to see that you are competent enough. I don't think I ever took Nigerians for granted because Nigerians seem to be impressed more by materialistic success rather than being honored or praised by the less privileged. We are a fantastic.
The senator representing Benue South Senatorial District, Abba Moro, on Tuesday emerged Senate Minority Leader. Moro, a two-term senator on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, was nominated by the opposition party in the red chamber and was subsequently affirmed. He took over from Senator Simon Davo Mwaktwan, representing Plateau North Senatorial District, who was removed by the appeal court. The Rivers State House of Assembly complex was taken over by a faction of the lawmakers loyal to the Speaker, Martin Namaiwule, on Tuesday. The pro-Speaker lawmakers, numbering over 20, held a plenary session and discussed some issues affecting the state. The lawmakers deliberated on the suspension of the strike by the Parliamentary Staff Association of Nigeria, PASAN, which had crippled the legislative activities in the state. They also ordered the police to investigate the fire incident that occurred in the chamber on October 29th, which they suspected was an arson attack. The lawmakers did not mention anything about the impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara, which had sparked off the political crisis in the state. The Social Democratic Party's candidate for governor, Dr. Umar Ado, filed an appeal against the People's Democratic Party's Amadu Umaru Fintiri, who won the election in Adamawa State. The Court of Appeal in Abuja, however, denied the plea. The Adamawa State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal's ruling, which had previously rejected Ado's petition contesting Fintiri's election, was affirmed by Justice Ugochukwu Ogaku's ruling. Ado had claimed in the petition that there were numerous anomalies and Electoral Act violations in the 2023 gubernatorial election. Nevertheless, the Court of Appeal and the tribunal both determined that these accusations lacked merit. The need to strengthen the traditional institution in the state and the country at large in a bid to making them a cultural tourist hub that is capable of generating revenue have again been re-emphasized. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC in Edo State, General Charles Saif Bere, retired, made the submission at a ward meeting where he made known his intentions to join the race for the 2024 governorship election in the state. He harped on the need to revive the traditional institution through promotion of cultural values and the long-age heritage of the people, as he vows to make such his priorities if given the opportunity to succeed the incumbent Governor Godwin Obaseki come 2024.
Economically, the royalty should bring money through tourism to Edo State. When I was young, we queued to see a Monoba appear for the successful outing during the festival. People come from all over the world. These are things I intend to revive for Edo people. The Oba of Benin is our father, and I think during my speech I said it. He is a symbol of the husband, of the husbandless, the symbol of the father of the fatherless, of the Benin race, and we hold him in that high esteem. The Moro Festival was well attended. I was there. I was one of the guests that came out to pay homage to the Oba of Benin. And I can assure you, a Moro Festival for 2024 will be attended by virtually the whole world.
Some party faithfuls who spoke believe the retired general is capable of creating an enabling opportunity for the traditional institutions to contribute their quota to the development of the country and the state in particular.
He had the personality to lead Edo, a man that will take Edo from what we have today the sham that we have. A man that will take Edo from the shackles of poverty that has bedeviled the people of Edo. A man that will ensure that the monarch is respected.
General Charles Ariabe is a nice man. Our youth should work carefully. We know all our politicians will be managing a lot of them will be managing us. So we know each other. So we need somebody that has fear of God, that have God fear in his heart. So that's all we need.
Moving on to other parts of Africa, a car plowed into a crowd of supporters of politicians Joseph Boakai in Monrovia on Monday evening, killing at least 2 people and injuring many more. These incidents occurred on the very evening that the National Electoral Commission announced Mr. Bokai's narrow victory over incumbent George Weah in the runoff presidential election on 14th November. The election was marked by fears of violence after the announcement of the results, but Liberia's foreign partners hailed the peaceful way in which the country emerged from years of civil war in 2003. In outside Africa, the chief of Hamas on Tuesday told the press that the Palestinian militant group was near a truce agreement with Israel, even as the deadly assault on Gaza continued and rockets were being fired into Israel. The statement gave no more details, but a Hamas official said that negotiations were centered on how long the truce would last, arrangements for delivery of aid into Gaza, and the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Israel has generally avoided giving commentary on the status of the Qatar-led talks. In business, in a bid to drive the goals of the Human Capital Development Program of the federal government, Vice President Kashim Shettima has approved the constitution of the Multi-Sectoral Committee. The multi-sectoral team, made up of the federal and state governments as well as donors and partners, is expected to convene every 2 weeks to review the progress of work in addressing the objectives of the HCD program. This was the outcome of the VP's meeting with World Bank's country director for Nigeria, Shobham Chaudhry, the chairman of the Dangote Foundation, Aliko Dangote, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Tony Elumelu, and the coordinator minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, among others, at the presidential villa, Abuja. At the meeting, VP Shettima stressed the need for government and partners to invest in human capital development to create a workforce that is not just globally competitive, but also adaptable to the modern demands of the 21st century.
The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is very keen to ensure we harness Nigeria's human capital, its population, so that they are of high quality to drive economic growth and will benefit the private sector as well as the public sector. So all of us have vested interest in that. His Excellency, the Vice President, convened this meeting to discuss how government, within the overall vision of the renewable agenda, can come together with state governments, partnering with the federal government, with private sector leaders, and we're fortunate that we have among the wealthiest, we have the wealthiest Nigerians and Africans that are here. How do we work with them alongside our external development partners to ensure that we invest properly in health, in basic health care, the sector-wide program to improve population health outcomes, improve nutrition of our young children, empower our women, our girls, but also on the education side to deal with the issues of quality of education.
In entertainment, the third release of the Merry Men franchise has dropped 2 spots despite hitting the enviable 100 million naira mark. According to the records of the Nigerian box office for November 10 to 12, 2023, released by the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria, Merry Men 3 finally hit a total gross of 100 million naira after spending 4 weeks in theaters. This made the comedy crime thriller the most watched Nollywood movie at the cinemas. However, the huge gross still didn't save it from dropping to the 3rd spot on the charts. Produced by A.Y. Mako, one would expect that the drop would be short-lived, but new records for November 10 to 16, 2023 shows that it maintains the same spot with a 7-day gross of 8.8 million naira. In sports, PSG midfielder Warren Zaïre-Emery will be sidelined for the rest of 2023 after suffering an ankle injury while making his debut for France in their win over Gibraltar on Saturday, the League One club said on Tuesday. The 17-year-old, who became the youngest France player since 1914 and also the youngest France scorer since that date in the Euro 2024 qualifier, was caught on his ankle by a Gibraltar defender while scoring in the 16th minute and left the pitch. Zaïre-Emery will miss France's last Euro qualifier against Greece on Tuesday. He will also be unavailable for PSG's next 5 League One fixtures and final 2 Champions League group games. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limemix on limemix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscence. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogo Ekiti, Ido-Osi local government area of Ekiti State, and Mom, Florence Idowu Fashui ni Afolabis from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agric Development Program, while Mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504. And of course, a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet, we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure, where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling, as virtually all schools were government-owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Biora, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education, and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youths, and even for us too. It is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Chuala the King, Gagool the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my carton room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing up years. Though of Ifaki Kitty origin, I grew up in Sapele and Lagos. The carton room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of skull beer, either empty or full, because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place. I loved to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of pulp fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Harley Chase or some pace-setter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamala Laye's Weep Not Child to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly reveal that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okwe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele. I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's used milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and I stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear, born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents, that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. "You must promise me never to do this again." And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading? Just like my mother did, I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because he will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How or when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows.
Define it as an autoimmune condition so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, my head, just around here, it was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. It started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition, like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware, And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmos. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk, I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members rather, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know. Because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle though? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim lose the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. There was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf, and my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. She didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, does not want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia, also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no. But if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we will see we have a pretty, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. At every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect
no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2005 I dey pay.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, You don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say, then go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya, they're taking you to, you either go and work as a housemaid or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We're there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of two things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hilux again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hilux, and then the guys would sit around the hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not something, sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even look out for my own self, but I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At a point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, so she knew about this. That was why at a point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt okay. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hilux, the speed at which the hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hilux and they didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like, I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like, there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said he doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you are going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. The head was actually bleeding at that point. And at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me, even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then. He was like a father to me, said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wish to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. 2 of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb. Like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was, and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me. in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the connection house, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house, plus at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time, she was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me, all the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours, that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office, and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information, and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back, and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy. Getting back to my feet, like I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
The Nigerian political space is an interesting and evolving scene, especially as Nigeria continues to practice democracy. Over the years, many celebrities in the country have been appointed by their state governments as commissioners, special assistants, and advisors, while some have intentionally delved into politics with the plan of serving the people and pursuing a career in politics. Today, we will be highlighting 5 female Nigerian entertainers who have been in politics or are in politics. At the top of this list is Funke Akindele. In July 2022, popular Nollywood actress Olufunke Akindele was announced as the deputy governor candidate for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for Lagos State in the coming 2023 elections. The Nollywood star, best known for her Jennifer character, will be running alongside Olajide Adediran, a journalist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist popularly known as Jandor. Next, we have Tonto Dike. Ahead of the 2023 Rivers State gubernatorial elections, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has revealed her intentions to run for deputy governor of the state. She had earlier in 2020, during an interview with the Ovation magazine publisher Dele Momodu, announced her intention to go into politics in 2023. Governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC Rivers State, Tonte Ibraye, on 24th of June, announced Tonto Dike as his running mate for the 2023 governorship elections in the state.
As a matter of fact, your presence irritates me. And let me make it clear to you that I have the documents to which you look for.
Moving on, we have Ini Edo. Ini Edo is an accomplished Nollywood actress, film producer, and director.
And you're not supposed to be here. I'm lying out there. You're the one who's giving me this drug that gets you depressed. I am not a depressed person. Leave me alone. Don't listen to me.
She is one of the actresses who has previously held political positions. In 2016, she served as the special assistant to Governor Gabriel Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, on culture and tourism. Her appointment was renewed in 2020, when the state's current governor, Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, was re-elected. Still on this list, we have Kate Henshaw. Veteran Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw, on July 19, 2014, officially launched her campaign website as she sought to represent the Calabar Municipal Odukmani Federal Constituency on the People's Democratic Party platform. Henshaw, however, lost the primary election to retired Honorable Essien Ayi, but was appointed by Cross River State Governor Ben Ayade as Special Advisor Liaison, Lagos, in December 2015. Recently, she recounted how she spent 35 million naira to pursue her ambition to become a member of the House of Representatives and her regrets. And finally, we have Mercy Johnson Okoje.
Iche, this is the money my father borrowed from your hand. Please, do not go near my father's Siroko tree. Do not go near my Iroko tree. Biko,
Popular Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson was appointed as the Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment, Arts and Culture to Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, in 2017. The actress has stated that she will not enter partisan politics because she believes she has enough influence as a filmmaker and appointee. Interestingly, her husband, Prince Odianosen Okoje, won the APC 2022 House of Representatives Esan North-East South-East Federal Constituency primary election. A popular quote from Charles de Gaulle states that politics is too serious a matter to be left to the politicians. And in Nigeria, with more Nigerian entertainment celebrities in the political space, this quote is true.
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe. This is News Update. The National Lottery Trust Fund has been placed on a status inquiry over the spending of internally generated revenue without budgetary approval. This status inquiry was ordered on Monday by the House of Representatives Committee on Finance during a hearing on the medium-term expenditure framework. The management team of the National Lottery Trust Fund, led by its Executive Secretary, Chief Executive Officer of the fund, Bello Maigari, appeared before the committee to defend their revenue estimates. The document submitted by Maigari revealed that the agency has been spending all its IGR without the approval of the National Assembly.
You earn 6.3 billion. In 2022. And at the end of the year, you ran a deficit of 252 million.
252 million carried forward.
Deficit.
A deficit.
How?
Yes, I did say that we had a carried forward of liabilities.
You generated 2.5 billion and you spent the 2.5 billion to the cover.
We are guided by the Act establishing the agency. If you look at Section 40 of the Act, establishing the agency, we are required to take a custody of a certain percentage.
Which Act are you talking about? The Constitution is supreme, isn't it, than any act of the National Assembly. When you are fully funded, you are expected to remit your IGR 100%. We are going to carry out a status inquiry on Lottery Trust Fund. Status inquiry means that we're going to bring in an external auditor from day one to date. We will send a report on the plenary, and if you are found guilty, you may to refund, and then any other punishment thereof.
President Bola Tinubu on Monday told international investors from G20 nations that their monies are safe in Nigeria's business environment. He reasoned that beyond Nigeria's natural resources, the people of Nigeria, whom he described as highly educated, highly skilled, and naturally industrious, are the primary asset and advantage the country wields over other nations in the global race for new investments. Tinubu said since he assumed office in May 2023, his administration has embarked on transformative changes, removing all obstacles hindering businesses.
Hindering on businesses is being removed. We are reforming the economy based on the principle
and philosophy of good governance. For us in Nigeria, we have the largest population in Africa and the biggest economy and biggest opportunity for all of you. We are reforming the economy to accommodate foreign investment. We are ready to partner with you. We have the youngest vibrant youth population, if you add that, in Africa all through. And I believe Nigeria is a leading population in that area. Equally, we have what modern economy needs. Well-educated population. Equally, we have the opportunity to digitalize, and we are on the rapid move on that, the digitalization of our economy and environment.
The governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has charged the new commissioner of police in the state, Olatunji Disu, to bring to bear his depth of experience and be thoroughly professional in fighting crime and criminality in the state. The governor spoke on Monday when he received an on-courtesy visit at a government house in Port Harcourt. Disu, who had assumed duties as the 45th Commissioner of Police in the state. Fubara promised that the state government would continue to support the police command to discharge its responsibilities. In his address, Disu assured the governor of adopting a proactive policing strategy that will deploy efficient surveillance and mutual trust within the rank and file and from members of the public in protecting life and property.
I am fully aware of the complexity and gravity of the situation at hand. Having served in the state as the DPO Elimbu, DPO Lenwo, Commander SARS, Commander Anti-Kidnapping, and Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation Department, we will adopt a proactive approach to policing, one that emphasizes intelligence and foresight, enabling us to identify potential threats before they materialize.
I want you to be professional. That is the only request I want to make. As a government, we will give you all the necessary support to do your job professionally.
The factional speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie, has said he is ready to die while doing what is right for the interest of the state. He stated this in Port Harcourt while briefing newsmen on the alleged invasion of his residence by armed men dressed in police uniforms. The lawmaker, who represents Ahoada East Constituency 2 in the state legislature, stated that the armed men shot indiscriminately, insisting that their mission was to eliminate him and his family. Recall that he, who was the leader of the State House of Assembly, had announced himself as the House Speaker in the wake of the crisis that rocked the state legislature.
I'm not afraid of death. If it is sacrificing my life that will give victory to Rivers State, then I am ready to do that. The only regret I will have is that my young wife and 2 little children, but life must go on, and I am sure God will see them through. I stand with the governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, voted in by Rivers people and representing the welfare of Rivers people. Nothing, no threats, no intimidation, no allegation now or in the future will stop or deter my position.
Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Olatunji Disu, says the command has yet to receive any official report from the fractional Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie, over reports of an assassination attempt on his life and that of his family at his Port Harcourt residence on Sunday. Briefing journalists outside the Executive Council chambers after a courtesy visit to Governor Siminalayi Fubara in Port Harcourt on Monday, Disu said a preliminary investigation revealed there was no attempt on the life of Ehie. He explained that the police officers on patrol on Sunday night were on a routine assignment. He said the command has reached out to the factional Speaker of the House for more information about his alleged assassination.
All I knew was that police officers were on patrol, convoy patrol. It's a routine thing. And we have made frantic effort to get across to the leader to give us any information he has so that we can include it in what we already have. So far, so good. Nothing to worry about. My plea to him and every other person is, if there's any complaint, my number is going to be made public. They should call me quickly and I will quickly look into it.
Moving on to other parts of Africa, opposition leader Moise Katumbi officially launched his campaign for president of the Democratic Republic of Congo at a rally in Kisangani on Monday, 1 month ahead of the election. The 58-year-old millionaire businessman has promised to fight graft, create jobs, and reform the country's ailing economy. In 2018, Katumbi attempted to run for president but was thwarted by President Joseph Kabila's government, which cancelled his Congolese passport while he was out of the country. And outside Africa, amid the continued escalation of the conflict between Hamas and Israel in Gaza Strip, Lebanon's Hezbollah movement said it targeted troops in northern Israel with drones, artillery, and missiles on Monday. Hezbollah fighters targeted soldiers west of Kiryat Shmona in northern Israel with 3 attack drones, the Iran-backed group said in a statement, adding shortly after that it had also targeted troops in the area with artillery fire. Deadly skirmishes on Israel's northern border began on October 7 when Gaza-based Palestinian militant group Hamas attacked southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people and taking about 260 people hostage. In business news, in a bid to drive the goals of the Human Capital Development Program of the federal government, Vice President Kashim Shettima has approved the constitution of a multi-sectoral committee. The multi-sectoral team, made up of the federal and state governments, as well as donors and partners, is expected to convene every 2 weeks to review the progress of the work in addressing the objectives of the HCD program. This was the outcome of the VP's meeting with World Bank's country director for Nigeria, Shubham Chaudhary, the chairman of the Dangote Foundation, Aliko Dangote, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Tony Elumelu, the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Patey, among others, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. At the meeting, VP Shettima stressed the need for government and partners to invest in human capital development to create a workforce that is not just globally competitive, but also adaptable to the modern demands of the 21st century.
The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is very keen to ensure we harness Nigeria's human capital, its population, so that they are of high quality to drive economic growth and will benefit the private sector as well as the public sector. So all of us have vested interest in that. His Excellency, the Vice President, convened this meeting to discuss how government, within the overall vision of the renewable agenda, can come together with state governments, partnering with the federal government, with private sector leaders, and we're fortunate that we have among the wealthiest, we have the wealthiest Nigerians and Africans.
In entertainment, the third release of the Merry Men franchise has dropped 2 spots, despite hitting the enviable 100 million Naira mark. According to the records of the Nigerian box office for November 10 to 12, 2023, released by the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria, Merry Men 3 finally hit a total gross of 100 million Naira after spending 4 weeks in theaters. This made the comedy crime thriller the most watched Nollywood movie at the cinemas. However, the huge gross still didn't save it from dropping to the 3rd spot on the charts. Produced by A.Y. Mako, one would expect that the drop would be short-lived, but new records for November 10 to 16, 2023 show that it maintains the same spot with a 7-day gross of 8.8 million Naira. In sports, Italy qualified for Euro 2024 after drawing 0-0 against Ukraine in the final Group C qualifier on Monday. European champions Italy finished second level on 14 points with third place Ukraine, but with a better head-to-head record after a tense affair that could have gone either way. The Italians ended 6 points behind England, who had sealed qualification after beating Italy 3-1 at Wembley in October. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news. And like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin. It's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. Even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to do mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand, and when you check the terms, like there's some even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And then like people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work, and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, so little associations here, like student associations, would now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ujime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Was like a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojeme is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost put paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at was cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first, but I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. You know, being a private institution, you are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates. Federal Government College, Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent one or two things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that that will be of benefit to the school.
I gave him a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I would take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But
our outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in the school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The Act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojimen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
The Nigerian music industry has witnessed growth over the years, and with this growth, a rise in international visibility and dominance. A Grammy Award is any of a series of awards presented each year in the United States by either the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences or the Latin Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. The Grammys, as they are commonly known, are meant to recognize spectacular work in the music industry. In light of Burna Boy and Wizkid becoming the latest Nigerian Grammy Award-winning entertainers, let's take a look at a list of Nigerians who have won a Grammy Award.